Yo, yo, yo. What's going on, meatballs? It's your friend, the Dago here. Happy hump day evening. I hope everybody's doing great today. Glad to see you all. Tonight, guys, we're talking about a little bit of an update on Chelsea Grimm's situation. And we're going to be talking about corruption and what it really involves. We'll have a special guest speaker with me tonight as well. You all know him well. Most of you love him too. Make sure you guys tune in for this. Sorry, guys. Let's say we get the show on the road. It should be a good one, guys. Thank you for joining me tonight. I hope you're all having a great night. Let's do this thing, everybody. Hey, 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 hey. What is going on, everybody? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining me tonight. I hope you're all, that's so hard to see. I hope you're all having a great night tonight. Again, sorry, guys. I missed out on it this afternoon. I had some work being done in my house right above my head, and it would have been nothing but chaos. So, either way, we are here now, guys. And like I said, I wanted to give a little bit of an update on the Chelsea Grimm situation. And we're going to talk about corruption and what it really involves and entails. As I said, we're going to have a guest up here with me tonight, joining me to talk about it, who's got plenty to say in that regards to that. And he's pretty well spoken, folks. We've listened to him before. Most of you guys know exactly who Sarge is. Sarge is going to be joining us tonight to talk about that when we get to that point. And I can't wait to hear what he's got to say about it because he's got some good points, folks. We've talked about it already, actually. And we're going to move into that conversation. It's a good one because it definitely needs to be talked about. So thank you guys for being here tonight. I do appreciate it. I missed you guys this afternoon. And again, everybody tuning in, if you'd like to let me know where you're tuning in from, I love to see and hear that. I appreciate it, guys. If you would please leave some DNA on that like button when you come through that door, if you will, please. I really appreciate that. So does YouTube, so very much. So we can get this out into the algorithm. It's something that probably should be talked about. Okay. So let's do that. Let's see who we got in here with us tonight, gracing us with their awesome present. Because you guys are the beautiful people, as I tell you. And I hope you're all having a wonderful day and night. Hopefully, we can make tonight better by hanging out together. Because as I always say, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, whatever it is for you, wherever you are. I hope it's good for you because it's great to me to be here with you guys. So thank you once again. Looks like we got Mr. Randy Furr coming in here from Central PA. My friend Randy, good to see you, brother. Good to have you. Mitakuye Oyasin again. Good to see you. Rumsey, thank you for joining us today. Um, Rock Chalk, what's going on in Grandma Land? Good to see you. Amber Milby, another Ohioan in the house from Fairborn, Ohio. Good to see you, Amber. Thanks for joining us. Looks like Jay Lit also tuning in from Harrisburg, PA. That's awesome. Let me see here. Natural Healing jumping in here from Michigan. Good to see you, neighbor. Good to have you here. Doodlebug is coming out of Missouri. That's great to see you. Great to have you here. Mary Holt, Miss Mary Holt, I should say, North Carolina's in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Peaceful Warrior, thanks for joining us tonight. North Carolina Mountain Man, we know where he's coming from. Thank you for joining us, brother. I appreciate you so much. Again, Miss Katie Quarters, another North Carolinian. Carolinian. Sorry, guys. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Let me see. Let me see. Miss Brandy B, the OG in the house, all the way from Arkansas, Arkansas. Born and raised in the great state of Ohio, folks, where we're at right now. I love it. Love it. All right. Let me see. Let me see. Natural Healing. Good to see you as well. I think I already spoke it. Dun, 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 dun. Transporter. What is going on? Good to see you. We're gonna have to check that out too. Crazy sounding stuff. It's been a minute, Transporter. Great to have you here. Transporter's tuning in from over the pond, folks. Let me see here. Valerie Hope, great to see you. Thanks for joining us tonight. Of course, Rock Talk again. Mystic Virgo, good to see you. I'm getting myself confused, folks. Sorry about that. I think that's it for right now. Let me jump to the bottom now. Up, Cowboy, what's going on, my friend? Good to see you. Pappy Man, what is up, brother? Good to see you. Miss Valerie Hope is tuning in from South Carolina. Again, Mystic Virgo, Florida in the house. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Evie Marie, thank you for joining us. New in 25. What's going on with you tonight? Good to see you, Bobby, old dude. Great to have you here, my friend. New Braunfels, Texas. Great to see you. Katie Quarters is out of Arkansas. Peaceful Warrior saying, wonderful Wisconsin. Gotta love that cheese. Good to see you. Good to see you. Rock Chalk is at Seinfeld. Hey, hey. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you all so much for joining us. What presser are you talking about, Mitakuye? Mitakuye. What presser? Do we need to watch a press conference, guys? Because I can pull it up just as quick. Bombshell, good to see you. Are we talking about the Maine scenario? We definitely can hit on that too. 12, what's going on? Good to see ya. 22, what is going on? I didn't even hear about this, guys. Did not know, but I guess we're going to find out, aren't we? Because that's what we do here. We bring the news. Where am I looking for this at? Oh my God, Mitakuye. Where is this at? You said Maine? Was it an act was shooting? What the hell? Hold on. My God, this guy has an AR-15 or I can't tell for sure, but good Lord, I'm gonna have to change the
Stay
title on
off
this.
roads to allow emergency responders access to hospitals. Schmengi seems to be a restaurant, and I wonder, knowing that there may have been many people there, how serious is this situation in your estimation?
Um,
Good Lord, this is insane.
There is no sense that this was targeted against any particular population. We think that this may have simply been, and it is a terrible phrase to say, but a random act of violence, as far as we can tell right now. Joining us now is Frank Friedluzzi. He's NBC's national security analyst. Frank, given what you are seeing here as the numbers of dead come out, and it's clear that at least 15 were killed, as many as 50 or 60 may have been injured. What is your assessment of this situation at this hour?
Why?
Yeah, the numbers are approaching, unfortunately, record numbers. I mean, there are some NBC News reports that we're at least 22 dead now, 50 to 60 injured.
So we can get this out to the algorithm.
Speaks to the ability of long guns, extended magazines, high-powered weaponry, the possibility that he has multiple weapons, and certainly the possibility that he changed magazines in the middle of this, because when you're talking about 50 to 60 people injured, you're likely expending the capacity of a magazine, even an extended magazine, and you're changing. And so we're at the 2-hour mark, if I have my facts correct, from initial police calls. That's a lot of time to do a lot of damage. And apparently that's what's happened. I also note that President Biden has been briefed. Reportedly, that is an indication of the gravity of this situation. And so I realize it'll be time later to talk about magazine capacity and whether this was a lawfully purchased gun or not. Right now, we still need to contain this subject. We still need to ensure that the injured are brought to hospitals. And this is going to challenge and tax the resources of a relatively small city. We're talking somewhere between 35 and 40,000 people. The entire state of Maine, and maybe beyond, quite frankly, will be called into service here. Perhaps with rescue, people will be life flighted because they will have maxed out on hospital emergency response capacities. Law enforcement, you know, it's a big state, but not a populated state. So the state of Maine has a very good active state police force, but those troopers will be driving in from long locations. Similarly, while the FBI and ATF do have a footprint in Maine, they answer to their headquarters cities, likely in Boston or other cities in New England. So those resources are hitting the road now. But again, if there's any bright spot in this, the imagery and photographs released by the police of this shooter are extremely helpful in the public helping to identify this person. We've seen imagery of a vehicle associated with this person, also extremely helpful. And now that this much time has passed, even technical techniques are being utilized to see if the similar electronic signature of devices he might be carrying is appearing in all of the target locations. That's also being done behind the scenes. So you've got rescue, you've got immediate police response for containment, and then you have this investigative side where witnesses are being interviewed. Who was this guy? Do you know him? Was it different people at different locations, or was this the same guy with the brown jacket and the facial hair? If they start getting reports, which can be confusing in this chaos, no, that wasn't this guy, it was another guy, and you can't figure out initially, is this accurate or not? Do we have one shooter or do we have two? All of this going on simultaneously.
Frank, is there any help to the fact that this is such a small town when it comes to the law enforcement response? The idea that a population of only, let's say, 35,000, does that in some way, do you think, assist the police in more quickly identifying someone like this? I can't help but notice that in the footage we've been seeing over the course of the last half hour or so, people are, for instance, coming out of one building with their hands up until they are identified by police and then let on, passed on. I have to assume that a city this size perhaps knows this man and the identification might happen a little more quickly. Do you think the fact that this is a relatively small city might help in his identification in any way?
Yeah, history and analysis of previous spree shootings, and that's what we're dealing with here is a spree shooting as opposed to a serial killer, tells us that they're probably from that area. And yes, a smaller population does mean that it's more likely that the citizens will say, I know who that is. And in fact, there may already be people talking to the police saying, look, I know what set him off today. I know the beef that he's had with this location or that location, or he's been articulating this, or we've been dealing with the concerns with him maybe for weeks or maybe for months. So yes, the smaller environment helps. It also helps law enforcement to know each other and know how they're all going to respond.
Frank Figliucci, NBC's national security analyst, thank you so much for being with us. We may come back to you this hour. Thank you so much. NBC's Liz Kreutz is with us now. Liz, bring us up to speed as much as you can. Obviously, things are moving very, very quickly here, but we're looking to you to give us the latest. What do you know?
One moment, folks.
Hey, yeah, obviously this is unfolding right now, and the details coming in are very sad. We know now from police that at least 22 people have been killed. Dozens of people are injured. police say that a gunman opened fire in at least 3 different locations, one of them a bowling alley. And we were looking on Facebook at that bowling alley, and it looks like a place that kids and families would gather. The hospital, the Central Maine Medical Center, is saying that this is a mass casualty event that they are responding to. Law enforcement, again, saying that the shooter went to 3 different locations and that gunman is still on the loose. They did release a picture of a suspect, a pretty scary picture of a man there holding a rifle. And that man, the gunman, is still on the loose right now. This has prompted a shelter-in-place order in Lewiston and the surrounding areas.
Anybody's
Residents there have
tuning
been
in
told
from
to
this
shelter
area,
in place, to lock their doors, to
please
not
shelter in
leave
place and
their
be safe,
homes as
folks.
this manhunt
Please.
gets underway. We know that the
I'm begging
ATF
you.
Boston is now responding. A White House official
Welcome,
says that
Deborah
President Biden
Thompson.
has been briefed. The governor of Maine has also been briefed and is monitoring and telling people to heed the warnings, heed that
Mrs.
shelter-in-place
Santiago,
order,
thank you for
and
joining
stay
us.
inside. So again, this is in Lewiston, Maine, about 45 minutes north of Portland, Maine, for some reference. It's a evolving situation right now, but
it's the officers that responded from all of these various police departments. And
Turn it up,
the reason
guys.
folks are here today is because they had some involvement, some response level. Could be dispatch, could be interviews at the end of the day, could be a mutual aid, which is a big piece of the backbone of law enforcement in Maine. And that's why they're here. They deserve
Welcome,
that
Eileen.
that thank you initially
Crystal,
right
good
out
to
of
see
the
you.
box. And we certainly want to
Mary
thank
T,
them.
thank
I
you
know
for
we're going
joining
to
us,
do
hon.
again throughout. So with that in mind, I will step aside.
Thank you for that info
There
as
will be
well,
questions
Mary.
and answers here towards the end. So please hold those questions until I come back up to the podium, and we will start with Colonel Ross. So
I know, absolutely natural. Hey, Brandy, hon, good to see you, darling.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Bill Ross with the State Police. The commissioners kind of set the agenda for the next couple of minutes here. What I'd like to do is just kind of bring you through this collaborative effort that the law enforcement community in Maine State Police, the agencies you see behind me that came together yesterday, and probably one of the most dynamic, certainly criminal investigations, crimes in progress that we've seen in Maine, if not in recent times ever. But what I want to talk about is a timeline, and I'm going to take you through some of those particulars.
Is this the right
Again,
press
as the
conference?
commissioner had mentioned, I'm not going to be able to take you through all of those details, but I think there's plenty of details for you all to hear today to paint a picture of what happened yesterday. And
No, this is not the right one. Damn it.
Around 9:21 yesterday.
Hold on. Where the hell is it? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get it right. I thought that was the one. That's 6 months ago. The hell? Oh, okay. Here we go. Nope. Is this it? Hasn't started yet? Okay, then. That's what I was saying. Okay, I will go back to this right when it goes to... Let me know when it kicks off, guys, and I will jump right back
out there.
Hold on. I'm going to go back to where I was.
State Police and Androscoggin County there, and you mentioned Boston ATF on their way up to get involved in this investigation. We have Caroline LaCour out there right now, and I believe we'd like to toss things over to you. Caroline, where are you right now?
Hey, good evening, Amanda. I'm standing right in front of the emergency trauma center here at Maine Medical Center in Portland. We might be
Welcome,
Medical
I'm
Center
Silver.
is
Good to
known
see you.
as
Thank you for joining us tonight.
the emergency department is Maine's only level 1 trauma center, the trauma center level level
I
1
love
through
alert.
level 5
Very close to
refers
this
to the
right now.
resources available to care for a trauma patient.
Prayers for
A
you.
level 1 trauma
Around
center
you.
can provide the
Love
highest
alert.
level of care for a patient presenting after a traumatic injury. Trauma centers are evaluated and verified by the American College of Surgeons, ACS. To improve trauma care, the ACS will evaluate a faculty's preparedness, resources, policies, and quality improvement process. Verification by the ACS is valid for 3
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox 716 over on the East Coast and 416 on the West Coast. I do want to get to a developing story coming out of the Milwaukee area. This is over in Germantown. A person shot dead by police after investigators.
Sorry, guys.
And there's just something I think particularly haunting about that idea that in the midst of this is a man who in some way paused and then rearmed himself to do more damage. And I think, you know, again, for you and I who have covered these sorts of events in the past, the destructive force that a long weapon like that affords a single person who makes the decision to do something like this is just so particularly horrible. And I just think there is something haunting. I'm at a loss for words here just because it is so haunting to think that a single person can make a decision that affects so many people. And I know that you have encountered that dynamic as well in your career.
Absolutely. And also covering a lot of politics. We know that this is what's going to lead to more political debate, certainly about whether people should be able to have those types of firearms, like the firearms we see in that picture of that's been released by law enforcement. And so this is going to be a story that I think we have reporters on the way. We are going to be covering very, very closely. And again, it's so sad. I remember covering the Las Vegas massacre and interviewing some of the people there, and I still kept in touch with some of them. And it's not something that goes away. And these people describe it as this sad club that they join when they become part of this mass shooting club. And it's a very sad one to be part of, Jake.
It is. And, you know, I think of time I spent years ago with a trauma surgeon here in the United States who told me that in his travels around the world and speaking to other trauma surgeons in other parts of the world, he says that his skills that he honed in mass shooting events like the one we are experiencing tonight are considered such a rarity that they are considered almost useless in other countries. The idea that this is such a singularly American.
Sorry, guys. One moment.
Another details are still being unfolded, but again, we are coming on air. We're coming on here with the details as we get them, and the idea that a single person again could be in the position of doing this damage is so terrifying. You are watching breaking news coverage of a mass casualty shooting out of Lewiston, Maine. Police sources tell NBC News at least 22 people have been killed.
Welcome,
it
Donna.
could be as many as 60 injured. We're going to pause here for an NBC News special report with Lester Holt.
It's probably going to.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news out of Maine, where 22 people were killed, 50 to 60 more injured in multiple shootings in the city of Lewiston, which is north of Portland. Police there releasing this photo of the suspect holding a rifle, saying the shooter is still on the loose after going on a rampage at multiple locations, including a bar and a bowling alley. Again, the suspect is not in custody, and police told people in the area to stay inside and off the roads. Let's go straight to NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz now with more. Liz, what else do we know?
Lester, yeah, this is an actively evolving situation right now. And as you mentioned, we have learned that at least 22 people have been killed, dozens of people injured in this shooting, and law enforcement saying that the shooter went to 3 different locations. One of them, like you mentioned, a bowling alley. And we were looking at pictures of this bowling alley online. It looks like a place that families, children could be gathering at. We know that the ATF in Boston is now responding, and law enforcement have released this picture here of a gunman holding that firearm in dark pants, a brown shirt. They are asking people to take a look at this picture to help identify this suspect, because there is a manhunt underway right now. The gunman remains on the loose. The city of Lewiston and the surrounding areas have now issued a shelter-in-place order. They are telling people to stay inside their homes, to lock their doors. The governor of Maine says she is actively monitoring this and is telling people to heed that warning, to stay inside. President Biden, according to a senior White House official, has also now been briefed on this. And so again, residents on lockdown right now from this shooting in Lewiston, about 45 minutes north of Portland. We know also that police have released images of a vehicle that they believe is also connected to this shooting. So a lot unfolding right now as we continue to monitor another shooting here in the U.S.
All right, Liz, let me ask you to stand by while I go to the phone and NBC News Chief Justice contributor Jonathan Dienst. Jonathan, anything your sources are telling you about who this person might be or what is motivating them?
They believe they have him identified, and they are actively seeking him and the vehicle they believe he is driving. We've been told that it may be a white Subaru, but that they have a pretty good idea who this suspect is. And one source tells us that he may have a past criminal record. But as per motive, there is no indication as to why this shooting has taken place. In the bulletins and briefings, various law enforcement agencies have received. The death toll has ranged from a low of 16 to the more recent number of 22 that was put out by local police officials. So I have a range of fatalities between 16 and 22 dead, and the numbers injured is also a range. We've heard dozens, as few as 30, as many as 50, and that there may have been 2 or 3 locations, a bowling alley, a bar, and either a Walmart or Walmart distribution center. Again, this is in Lewiston, Maine. Bates College is nearby.
That's county
a large Syrian immigrant population is in that city.
You guys are hearing on the
former industrial city. But as for any sort of motive, obviously in the front of everyone's mind is
that's the same thing I have on
to the tension in the Middle East. We have absolutely no indication of that at this time. Obviously, the number one focus now for law enforcement, federal and local, is to track that suspect, track that vehicle he's in, to stop the shooting.
Thank you for joining.
Again, a range of victims, anywhere from 16
oh my God,
again,
Vicky,
local
so
police
sorry.
are saying it's as high as 22 now, with dozens injured,
Welcome,
a range of
Alyssa.
injuries,
Well, good to
30
see you.
to 50 people wounded by this
EMC,
armed suspect with a long
tonight.
gun. Again, we are told from law enforcement they do have an identity on him, but they have not put that out publicly, so we'll wait for additional details before we name him.
All right, Jonathan Dienst. Jonathan, thanks very much. And that concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCnews.com, and tomorrow morning on Today. And if events warrant, we'll certainly pop right back on the air here this evening. I'm Lester Holt in New York. Thank you for watching, everyone. Good evening.
Thank God.
Just to recap, breaking news out of Maine, where 22 people have been killed and dozens injured in multiple shootings in the city of Lewiston, north of Portland, Maine. It took place at a bar, restaurant, and a bowling alley. Police have released this photo, one of several, of a man with something that looks like a long rifle. A local medical center said it was responding to a mass casualty event. Lewiston and Auburn, Maine, have a shelter-in-place order.
We do want to update you on a situation that we are following at the moment. I want to put this tweet up here from the Maine State Police. They say there's an active shooter in Lewiston.
Okay. I'm just looking to see if the press conference is rolling yet. Nothing yet.
If you didn't see it, here's this picture.
Okay, guy.
Spree killer. They say he's in a vehicle. Maybe they're giving a vehicle description out. Look, we just got to look at his past behavior. Look, he's gone to multiple scenes. It looks like they're not reporting multiple shooters. They're only reporting this one guy, and he's in a vehicle. Well, look, we all know the territory in New England. The states are very close. We're 2 hours, an hour and a half, 2 hours into this thing. I mean, he could be in another state. He could be driving in Massachusetts. He could still be in the local area too, but don't rule out that he's not mobile going somewhere else. From the pictures we looked at and Jake and talked about earlier, his BDUs look like to me they're chock full of stuff. He might have multiple magazines, clearly by the number of victims.
No. I know what you're
60 wounded, maybe 22 dead. He's fired a lot of rounds, but that's not hard to do with that rifle.
Not talk about
he could fire a 30-round magazine in as fast as you can pull the trigger. 25 seconds or less, he can empty that magazine. And then if he had multiple 30-round magazines, if nobody's opposing him, he just keeps loading new magazines in and keeps killing and killing. And he may be hunting for a new location, another location of whoever his target is, whether it's just people, just human beings, or a certain kind of people, or he may be just looking for a crowd. So we don't know that, but I think that really the police have to widen their cordon here and widen that intelligence with the public.
Oh, I was?
Because,
I'm sorry, I thought that, where did it go? I thought I was on the press conference, is what I was trying to find. Where the hell is it? What's up, Tattletales? No press conference yet. Okay.
Officers responding, considering that any one of these people might be the shooter, especially in a place as dark as it is, just past 10 o'clock in Maine.
Yeah, that's right, Jake. So what they have to do, they have to, give verbal commands to citizens who are in the area. And if the people are responding to the officers' verbal commands, the officers can be in some cover initially and get them to move. And they can observe, if they have their hands out or up, that they're not holding a rifle or a handgun, and they can move them to a safer place. And what they want to do is get between a place they think the shooter may be and the innocent civilians and move them back behind the police lines. Police now will be setting up a family center.
What I heard
because,
too,
as reported by NBC here, the number of deaths and wounded. So they'll set up a family
only
center.
one person. I thought
it could be in a public building, it could be in a local church, but they'll ask where anyone who is related to the victims or is searching for a victim to go to the family center. And you'll have law enforcement there, fire department personnel, usually clergy, psychologists. People are going to help family members because this is going to be a shock to any community, and certainly to the small community in Lewiston, Maine, when you have this number of people killed and wounded. I mean, this is an awful case. And now we have the active spree killer.
Good to see you.
Still on the loose. And if we go by past behavior, look at the number of magazines he's had to use already, we know, to do all this killing, certainly a few. And he may have many more. It looked like to me he was loaded for bear. He wasn't trying to hide his identity. And he's easily identifiable in those photographs. So once the police put that out, I'm sure they got multiple calls of who he was. And officers might have recognized him as well. Officers know who's around and they know people. If he's ever had contact with the police and his picture's put out like that, patrol officers right away will say, I know who that guy is, that's so-and-so. So now they're saying they have his identity,
No problem,
and they have a vehicle out. So now's the chance to stop him. But he's moving or he's hunkered down. We don't know.
Thank
He
you for
could have killed
joining us.
himself.
Just on his Facebook
But
page.
he looks like a guy who's really bent on a lot of destruction here, and he may not be through yet.
Certainly, that
We're almost
destruction
there.
evident in some
I
of
want to
the
get
new
out the
images we
algorithm
are
because
getting
it's
from
out to
Lewiston
everybody.
at that hour, at this hour of emergency
Got
workers
109
loading
people in here. Let's try to
what
get
seems to be a victim into an ambulance, obviously moving with
You're
great
fine,
urgency,
Crazy Pete. Don't
and
worry about it.
presumably
He
getting
has
that
been here for a long time,
to
guys.
that person to the trauma center. We, I believe, have the Auburn Mayor, Jason Levesque, joining me now on the phone. Mayor Levesque, I am so sorry
they're
to be
shutting
speaking to you
down
under these circumstances, and I
certain
wonder
routes
what more you can tell us tonight. We have heard from our colleagues at NBC, at the local affiliate there, that this is a very unfamiliar thing, they say. We know that the murder rate in your part of the world is extremely low, and I wonder what more you can tell us about what you know at this hour and how unusual this event
we have a
is
little
where you
breaking
are.
news here.
No, I'm not sure how much more I can shed on this event, other than,
that
I
we're
want to
looking
make
at
sure I
right
get the
now.
word out to everybody in Auburn,
He's
Lewiston,
still
and the surrounding area
on the
to
loose
shelter in place.
as of
Be
right
very
now.
observant and be very cautious until we get the situation
Yeah, they're
settled.
shutting down
And
I-196
have faith
or
that we will
I-96, they
get
said,
the situation
on the
settled.
scanner.
We have everybody
Robert
on board right
Card,
now, from
44
state,
years
local,
old.
and federal officials working on this.
Thank you
This
for
is something that's
joining us.
completely unusual. This is not to be expected in Maine.
They
Maine
don't
is
have it under
extremely
that
safe state.
gentleman right there.
Auburn, Lewiston, Androscoggin County, absolutely
And
sets a
that's
standard
the
of
vehicle.
safety.
And it's
This
an
is
automatic
an
weapon.
absolutely
Just saying,
disturbed
there it is.
individual, and I hope it's just one. And we're going to find that out as the investigation moves forward.
Mayor Levesque, for those
thank
of
you
us,
guys for tuning
I'm
in.
speaking to
Again,
you from
please hit the like
California.
button
That's
so we
where
can
I'm
get
sitting.
this in the
People are
algorithm,
watching
guys.
this all over the country and all over the world. They may
Got
not know
160 guys in here.
your city at all. Give us some sense of Auburn and
Got to get up
Lewiston.
to
What
100 likes
is
to get
that
this out.
community
Please, if you
like?
will.
What is
Sherlock,
it like to
welcome.
be
Good
on
to
the
see you.
ground there? Just so we have some sense of just how unusual, as you say, this is in where you are mayor.
In the
The
Army,
city of
they're
Auburn and Lewiston,
saying.
they're two separate
Yeah, they
cities,
have
but they're connected by a
helicopters
river.
and drones up.
And Auburn has 26,000 people. Lewiston has 35,000 people. I can't go to the grocery store without running into someone who's complaining about a pothole.
And let me know if you guys are having
significant, at this point in time when we're talking about this situation. But that's how close this community is.
Let me know if you guys are having problems hearing anything.
We know people, and for this to happen here, and unfortunately, everybody in both of our cities are going to be touched, and we're going to know people who have been hurt by this instance. And this is not, I don't want to say devastating. This is definitely going to be an event that will never be forgotten within this area.
Absolutely,
and
no problem.
and we will persevere through this.
The footage we have been showing and watching over and over of people emerging from a building there appears to be the Spare Time bowling alley. I wonder if you are familiar with that place and can give us some sense of what might have been going on there on a Wednesday night, if indeed the shooting took place there, as we are beginning to believe it did.
Thank you for joining us.
Not to sound contrite, but bowling was going on.
So he's definitely got military
I go there
training, good military training.
Often. My kids go there. A lot of teenagers go there. Hopefully not on a school night. They weren't there tonight. We have yet to get that data back.
It'd be hard for them.
These are people just going out having a piece of pizza and bowling.
He's doing. Charlotte,
this is just normal American entertainment. Why this would ever be a target for anyone is beyond comprehension.
That's probably that's a fact, Adam.
And Mayor Levesque, I wonder what you know of how life may or may not continue tomorrow. We understand that schools may be closed where you are. I'm wondering what other preparations you're going to be trying to make to pick up the pieces tomorrow when the sun comes up.
Well, first of all, schools have been canceled in the entire region. So elementary to high school, public and private. So schools have been canceled. We will pick up the pieces because, we in Maine, we pick up the pieces and we move on. That's just part of our ethos. This is going to be a challenge.
I know, Cryptic. I know. I feel you. I really do.
We're going to find out the culprit. We're going to bring that person or persons to justice as
I
soon
hope
as possible.
she's doing a little
And
better, Gross, I think.
God, I hope that justice is swift and severe.
I know, Tattle.
And then we're going to move on.
Absolutely, Vicky. Absolutely. I try to bring you guys any stuff like this on a regular if I can. No, Rumsey, you're right. It's not. This is why mental health is so important, you guys. It's why it needs to be talked about widespread, and why there needs to be so much more, so many more resources available to people. It's not an excuse, but people need help. People need help, folks.
NBC's Liz Kreutz rejoins us now. Liz, I know you and I have been monitoring the hard work going on behind the scenes across all of NBC News as we try to where these scenes happened. Can you give us any new details? Bring us up to speed on what information we at NBC understand about this so far.
Yeah, and that's always the challenge, Jake, during these situations, is just trying to piece it all together as during the chaos as all of this is unfolding. But we know that this gunman has gone to
I still have to do this show. I was gonna do this weeks ago, and all that stuff happened here, and I had to put it on hold. But
units in the Lewiston area, across Hill Ave, across 154, across Hill Ave. There's two males with guns knocking on the door across the street.
Jesus, yes, Vicky, I'm beyond grateful that your family's safe. Yeah, I just came across the scanner, Jessica. Yeah, he's an SE offender. SA. SE. SO, sorry.
with that firearm. So 3 different locations. The ATF, Jake, we know from Boston, is now investigating and on their way. We know both President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris
Like
are
that,
briefed.
Jess,
The governor has been briefed, and she is telling people to heed those warnings to stay inside. And yet again, Jake, these images of people running for their lives.
I had the scanner running on the fire and EMS, but I put it on the county
the Justice Department
just to hear
has
if
weighed
they,
in and has given us some sense of how they are watching
because
this.
they're
A
like pursuing
spokesperson
him at this
says
point.
the Attorney General has been briefed and will continue to closely
You know, I
monitor the
agree,
situation.
Valerie. I
Federal
do.
law
That's why
enforcement
I
agencies
try
are
to keep
assisting
this
our state
community
and
as
local
positive
law
as I
enforcement
can.
partners in Lewiston, Maine. As you mentioned, Boston's ATF.
Okay,
is
I can only run one at a
route
time,
to
hon, but
Lewiston at this
there you
hour,
go.
as we understand it, and the president has been briefed.
I agree, Val. I really do.
Able to
Welcome, Mike Dropping Mom. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us tonight.
This as compared, you may have heard me speaking to the mayor a moment ago of Auburn next to Lewiston, who, the murder rate in that city is in the teens or low 20s from year to year, and the idea that this could have all happened in one night, that kind of number may have been exceeded. I wonder if you can contextualize for us a little bit how you imagine this plays in the attention of the Justice Department, the attention of the president, in the gruesome calculus that we deal in when we think about mass shootings. Why this one, do you think, is going to perhaps stay in the minds of law enforcement officials for some time as they think about this?
Yeah, as you're saying that, it's reminding me of a San Francisco mass shooting that happened in the early 90s. I don't remember the exact number of casualties, but I believe it was less than 10, that prompted then Senator Dianne
I'm
Feinstein
sure you
to
are,
put forward a
Mike
bill that led
Mom.
to the
I'm
only
sure you
ban on
are. Thank you,
semi-automatic
Thank
assault
you for
weapons
joining us.
in this country's history. And that was from a shooting, a
100
mass shooting on
now.
California Street in San Francisco, where you are, Jake, that had less than
Hold
10
on, guys. Let me check.
casualties. And here we are now at a place with 22
We got
casualties.
79
And
likes.
we,
We need
as a country,
just a few
repeatedly
more
see
to
this. And I think as we look at the mass shootings over.
Yeah.
Keep talking to White House about 17 units, some more violence about it. Super demo.
We just need a few more to get this out in the algorithm, to get this out to everybody, guys. So if you're not, if you haven't hit the like, please do. No, absolutely, DMC. That's the show that I'm going to be having here eventually. There is not anywhere near enough resources out there for people with mental health issues, and it needs to be dealt with in a bad way. No problem, Charlotte.
But in the meantime, I want to bring back retirement.
Can you head over to the Cumberland Farms in your town, Trooper GMO's out there?
Oh, I know, Tattletales. That's one of the biggest problems.
Situation there. I'll get you more.
And there's not enough mental health facilities for people to be able to go to, in-house facilities, things like that. I mean, they've taken it all away from us. And that's where a lot of this comes from, folks, is these people just don't have the help that they need. If this is a military veteran that has PTSD, we know how that goes. We've seen this so many times, time and time again. And he's not, if he doesn't have the help that he needs or didn't have it, so on and so forth, it needs to be there. It needs to be in arm's reach for these people to get what they need. They need support. They need support systems. They need all of this, folks. All of it.
That or not. But now the police have talked about looking for a white Subaru. He could have carjacked somebody. It could be his own car, but he appears to be traveling in it maybe. So
no problem,
he
Sherry.
could be anywhere. I think New England is in danger tonight, not just this section of Maine, because this happened a couple hours ago.
Exactly.
And he could travel any location.
Pamela, exactly. And you're on the other side of the pond.
Killing, going to 2 and 3 locations. He's using multiple magazines to get off all these rounds. He's wounded about 60, killed 22. I mean, even if every round was struck a victim, which is not really possible, but just in probabilities, that would be 3 or 4 magazines he's using just to get these victims shot. So he's got many more magazines, I would say, with him. He's loaded for bear. His plan, may not have
as a whole
an ending like
the government
escape. It may be more of an ending like a suicide by cop, shootout with the police, or just try to kill as many people as he can. That may be his goal. And he's got the weapon.
Come on, guys.
He's
79
loose.
likes. I got 113
your
guys
question,
in
the
here.
second
Let's
part,
get
tracking him down. Well,
that algorithm.
they'll try cell phones, but he doesn't need a cell phone when he's on his killing spree. He might have ditched it. So if he doesn't have a cell phone, or if he doesn't have OnStar or a tracker in his car, he may be hard to find that way. It gets back to the citizens
That's also a
reporting
problem
what they
too,
see.
Sarge. That's a huge problem.
Troopers and deputies on the highways looking for the vehicle.
That's a huge problem.
If there's any vehicle like that description traveling in New England tonight, every officer is going to be looking for it. Of course, they'll have air assets.
Another problem is another part of the problem.
They'll be contacting family members. They'll be trying to find out where he does go. Where does he frequent?
Zelda, for being
does
here.
He camp in the woods? Does he have another residence? Does he have a cabin somewhere?
Welcome,
who
Cal.
are his friends? What's he about?
101
trying to ascertain anything they can that might lead them to him.
Go. All right, guys.
Unfortunately,
you guys are amazing.
We may find his location when we hear reports of more shots fired somewhere. and then police are going to have to rush there.
God bless
And
everyone
that
you
could
guys
either be in a neighboring community or even a neighboring
to be able to
state.
put this
So
out there.
I think New England just needs to be on alert now. There's an active killer loose, and nobody knows where he is. So they can't say he's still in that local community. He could be anywhere up there.
Fact.
Fortunately, at this hour, Jim, Bates College, which is less than 3 miles
true
away
too, Ed.
from
So
Schmenges,
very
one of the
sad.
2 locations that we know about so far, says that no
That's right.
shots have
That
been
is right.
reported or heard
Sorry,
on
that's
campus.
absolutely right.
Campus is
They have
on
to watch
lockdown.
and
They have
help
no
as
other
well.
info at this time, but at the very least, we are not receiving reports of this of additional shooting, at least in that sort of early radius around this, which is something to be thankful for. Jim Kavanaugh, thank you so much for being with us tonight. I hope you'll stick with us. Joining
Guys,
us now
please,
is NBC News contributor
everybody
Cedric
involved in this,
Alexander. He's the former
in your thoughts and
DeKalb
prayers tonight, if you
police
will. I
chief.
appreciate
And
that.
Chief Alexander, there is obviously, the details here are sketchy tonight,
True
but
too,
I
Sarge.
wonder if you could give me some sense in your long experience with a crime in this country, where does
Yeah, they
this
put his name out already, Mike.
figure, where does this fit in terms of
We had his
violence
name
and
twice
the
over
difficulty
already.
for law enforcement officers in trying to find somebody?
44-year-old male,
How difficult, how
Army
alarming a
veteran.
situation is this
What
in
was
your
it?
experience?
Whoever put his name in here.
Well, it's very alarming. It's very
Again,
alarming to that community. It's very alarming to this country.
you can't hear me?
We've been here too many times before.
Are you having trouble hearing Robert Card? That's it. Thank you. Are you having trouble hearing me, Lily, or the rest of this?
That community. So this is a major alarm, and I'm quite sure every available resource in that community and resources that will be coming in from the state and our federal agencies are going to play a very significant part tonight, all the way up until the time that this subject is apprehended. This is tragic. It's very difficult to find words to describe the type of pain, of course, that community must be suffering tonight, and people across this country are suffering as well, because 22 deaths, 55 to 60 people injured. That's what we know of this at this moment. That impacts a lot of lives, a lot of people, and that is going to be that pain is going to be shared across the country.
Well, Cedric, I mean, speaking of that pain, the affliction of this, we have heard here from a woman who says her family was affected. She was in the midst of it. I'd like to play a little bit of that right now.
My ex-husband and my son were playing pool, and next thing I know, I saw on Facebook that there was a shooting at Schmenges where they were playing, and then nobody would tell us anything. Just go to CMMC. His wife, his son, my ex-husband are here. Friends are here. We're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
So, Cedric, as you heard there, this is one of the local citizens who feels entirely mystified by what has happened. As she was speaking to our affiliate there, WCSH, seems to be very much in the dark about what is happening. I mean, give us some sense of what the response, what it's like inside the response right now. If you are the top law enforcement official in charge of that scene, what are your priorities at that moment? What are you trying to make happen? And why is there, as a result, perhaps so much fog and confusion for the people caught up in it?
And certainly there is a lot of fog going on at this particular moment. There probably is a lot of confusion. We have to recognize and acknowledge that is a lot of deaths across that city, and probably in close proximity and in different locations. Those that have died tragically and those that have been severely wounded. The hospitals in that community, I'm quite sure, are overwhelmed with victims, along with family and friends who are trying to make some determination as to whether their loved ones were caught up in this mayhem tonight. And I think the lady that was talking, who was very calm about this, but imagine internally what she must be experiencing, not knowing if her loved ones are alive or injured or dead. And there are a lot of people that are asking that same question in that same place that she's in. in that community and those that have extended family and friends across the country who don't know. So hopefully here sometime soon, and you can only imagine this has to be a huge crime scene in multiple locations that's going to utilize a lot of police resources in terms of trying to put this case together and get information to the citizens in a timely manner that is very painful for some people, but yet at the same time, they have the responsibility, police does, to try to make
we're
sure
good,
that
Walt.
they're getting the
We're watching
accuracy
this right
of
now. We're good
information
to
that
go.
they
Thank you,
can to
Walt.
people. And this is just painful to watch these images, I'm quite sure, to all of us.
And as the former police chief of DeKalb, I'm curious, what advice you might have for people responding tonight on the ground in this very small city. This is a city of 35,000 people in a state that regularly sees perhaps 19, 20, 21 murders as a whole, as a state. And so I'm wondering what whether you think that law enforcement on the ground there, has what it takes. I don't mean to suggest that they're in any way, unprepared for this, but in a sense, who could be prepared for something as horrible as this, especially when you're dealing with a city as small as that? What advice would you have for them tonight? What would you be looking for in trying to assist them in responding to this terrible scene?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we have to remember that our law enforcement personnel and civilian personnel that are there on the ground tonight, they're human beings. They have family, they have friends. They may have family or friends
No, it's okay,
who
though.
could be affected by
Okay.
this
Guys are
tragedy.
perfect.
We
Nobody,
don't
no
know.
problem with nobody.
But if you can only imagine being
worry
on
about
a
it, Lily.
scene such as that, where you have that type of massive casualties and that type
He was
of
in that
injury
car
and
right there.
death that's before you, that it can be overwhelming to any person, any individual. But law enforcement, and I'm quite sure no community you can compare, you can prepare only up to a certain point. And then after that, it does become overwhelming. But I am quite sure they're going to have support of each other out there on that scene tonight. And I would imagine they will very smartly bring in mental health counselors to be available as well too, because this is
Shouldn't they be transported to Auburn as well?
Without question, and it's going to have impact on the workers, and people that live in that community are going to be hugely impacted as well. And these are the things we don't see when these type of events occur. And after these bodies have been taken away, it's the after.
On our side. I'm not sure, but the information that we just such a person conspiring was the subject, and he should have pulled some of that registered to himself. Also, to pull over here.
Okay.
On the globe, but for it to happen right here in our own backyard, right here in this country, right here in any city USA, and tonight it happens to be Lewiston, Maine, it strikes us in a very powerful way, and we all are impacted by the numbers. And here again, we don't know what the final body
For a unknown red. Possible second suspect involved in the shooting incident in Lewiston was circling the Sedatus area with its hazards on. Again, Bolo for a black pickup with red plates, unknown reg. Circling the Sedatus area of Cumberland Farms with its hazards on. Possible second suspect involved in the Lewiston incidents.
Shit. Okay. Now they're saying that there's a possible second suspect in a black pickup truck circling this area with his hazards on. So now they're looking for a second suspect as possibility. Yeah, I just put that up. And that's got the vet plates on it too, they said. Circling Cumberland Farms, that's right. Yeah, Jess, thank you for following up with this on Jess, or with me on this, Jess. Jesus, as if one wasn't bad enough, we have two. This is horrific. Good God, please.
Down right now as well, and that shelter-in-place order has been extended now to the entire county. So a much wider
Jesus,
area
buddy,
of
if
people
I
now have been
prayers
told
for your
to
daughter.
stay inside. Law
Please.
enforcement says make sure your homes and
No,
your
they're saying the
vehicles
second one,
are
DMT,
secured
not the same
as this
one.
manhunt unfolds and continues. You have to imagine it is a terrifying night for so many people sheltering in their homes right now. In fact, I saw on Twitter a journalist on the ground there saying that they were at the Maine hospital there
Yes, Biggie.
that's responding to this mass casualty event, and that people told them to duck down behind a cement barrier because nobody really knew maybe that the shooter could be in that area. So there's a lot of fear for people out there right now. I also have been looking into the locations. We've talked a lot about the bowling alley, also this bar. I may be saying it wrong, but Shemengi's, looking at their website. It also, like the bowling alley, is a place that seems to promote itself as a gathering hole. They say host your big events here. They have pool tables you can rent, and they even said that tonight was going to be industry night.
We're right near framework. Myself and people will be going out to check it out.
Well, honestly, hun, it could be two people with mental health issues, honestly. Or it could be, I don't want to say it, but it.
Union, I believe. 347 Main Street. 347 Main Street.
Let me know if you guys can hear that scanner okay. Or it was planned like that. Tattle's right. Yes, Jess, thank you so very much. And Canadian Cat Lady, thank you for joining us, hon. I hope you're feeling better tonight. It's okay, Doodle. It's understandable. No, I'm just welcome, Kim WI. It is very much. I don't know if there's more than one person. And I think they've already said that they don't believe it's a terroristic situation, but with more than one person involved, it very possibly could be. Okay, for Sarge. Like I said, this just hit boom out of nowhere, Sarge. So my apologies, brother. We'll talk, and we will still cover this because it definitely needs covered. So something's not right. That's right, Mama Five. Loud bang heard from the back of the suspect's home. Oh, okay, Tattle. Thank you.
In which he described, again, this is a very small community, about 35,000 people in this town. Officers responding to the scene.
Absolutely.
They review the people coming out of.
On the 10th.
Absolutely, Sergeant. Thank you. My apologies again. I definitely didn't mean to put you off, but this is definitely important.
Any circumstance, but it's particularly shocking here. Liz, I wonder if you have any.
109 Adam 7 on the ground, 13 4450 grade. Ronald Richardson, randomly.
No, they got the car now, or the truck. Loading on scene.
Copy. Copy, very simple. Overview. This one's Adam, 7 on a Brown, 13, 4150. Paul Richardson, Rangeley. One at a time. What? One, sit back out of there. One, noise away from them.
They're looking at a black F-150, brown F-150, Ford F-150, as a possible second suspect right now, DMC, with vet plates on it. That would make both suspects, if there are two, both veterans, if that's the case. Unless this other person is driving. But yeah, actually, the second suspect's name listed, or the vehicle owner that they're looking at, is Ronald Richardson. The original suspect drives a thank you, Mystic, 2013 white Subaru Outback, which is that first video, or that first vehicle we showed. No, they haven't said where if they know where the first. There's the vehicle right there, folks. They haven't said anything about David James. Good to see you, my friend. It's on the news in Australia. Good Lord. Thanks for joining us, brother. I appreciate you. I miss you too, brother. OD'd, first victim last known. Was that positive? Thank you, Mary. Again, good to see you, brother. Thank you for the prayers. This is on the news in Australia, you guys. This is insane. Okay. No, I got you, Jess. No problem, hon. That I came across on mine too. It was weird.
Is he picking another target? Is the spree not over? Is his bloodlust still hot? You know, he's bloodied now. He's killed a lot. He's shot a lot, and he hasn't decided to, you know, that we know of, just kill himself and go out. You know, like a burning cinder, like so many of these guys do. He's on the move. That's not in the card. So it's possible he hasn't thought much of an ending other than just to, you know, shoot it out with the police and die or kill himself. But it's not like he's gonna, you know, run off to Acapulco and live on the beach or something. I mean, this guy has, you know, laid his cards on the deck, and now it's going to play out in the first confrontation he has with law enforcement officers. We'd rather see him, you know, have that.
I think when they notify the president, Mary, and don't quote me on this, but I do believe it's because of a possible terroristic act. Okay. And there's so many people involved in this. And that hasn't been completely rolled out as far as I understand yet at this point. If there's more than one shooter, then it's definitely an issue. God bless America. This is insane, you guys.
out and get in it and go. And so he can change cars. He's got the key right there in the picture. He's holding it.
You very well
and
could
he
have
can get
changed
another
cars.
vehicle.
That's another thing.
If that one runs out of gas or something. So, where is he? The citizens got to help.
Yeah.
If he stays moving, Jake, if he stays moving on the highways, then a trooper or a deputy will spot him.
Well, we can only hope that he is brought to justice quickly. And like as you say, the pursuit of him moves as fast as we would hope it would. Former Special Agent of the ATF, Jim Cavanaugh, thank you so much for being with us. I want to bring in here NBC's Tom Winter, who covers crime and terrorism for us. Tom, thank you so much for being here. I know you have been following this closely all night. I'd love to hear what details can you share with us, and do we know anything more about who this person is or what possibly
We're waiting on a little additional confirmation before we bring you that name. We just want to double check with some of the folks that we've been speaking to, and we don't want to make a mistake to the best of our abilities before we put that name out there. Some background information. There's no indication at this stage, and it's early in this stage, and as you just heard Jim accurately describe, this individual is still on the loose. We've been told that as recently the last 5 to 10 minutes or so. So he is not in custody. You don't know what he's going to say when he's taken into custody. Hopefully that's what occurs. You don't know what writings or messages are on his person, what his background may be. So that remains all up in the air at this stage. So that's why we say at this time, there's no indication of terrorism because we don't know what the individual might speak to if they are in fact captured. Sometimes we might know at this stage of the investigation that is leaning towards a terrorism investigation because of statements that individual may have been made during the course of the shooting that witnesses would have heard. So that's why that's the case. Of course, whenever I say this, people rightfully look at the television screen and say, what do you mean it's not believed to be terrorism? Because can you imagine being in any one of these locations where the shooting occurred? And I appreciate that, and that's all very accurate, but terrorism has a specific definition. It is described as somebody who carries out violence, roughly described as somebody who carries out violence for a specific ideological cause. That's why we say at this stage there's no indication of that. The individual, you're looking at them on screen. This is very clearly the person that police have been looking for. They're also looking for a white vehicle. This is a situation where law enforcement has to be very careful as far as what happens next. This individual has shown no compunction about killing individuals tonight, and so they're on the lookout for them, and they may have some indication that this individual has serious mental health issues. This individual may also have some specific training that could aid them in their efforts to fire that weapon. So that's something that we continue to monitor. But again, at this stage, this is where the investigation is. No initial signs that this is terrorism. 22 dead. 50 plus injured. That number could go higher. Of course, an individual that's still on the loose, believed to have been driving a white SUV at the time of this incident, and law enforcement is actively looking for this person and trying to bring them into custody at this time. He is to be presumed, according to law enforcement officials, armed and quite dangerous.
And Tom, we've been looking here, of course, at the broader context of mass shootings in the United States. There is, of course, not a single definition for what constitutes a mass shooting, but just in terms of sheer, a mass casualty event, shootings that have taken the lives of multiple people at one time. We, of course, know, right, Sandy Hook, 17 Sandy Hook, 27 dead. The Parkland High School shooting, 17 dead. I'm wondering if you could contextualize this particular shooting for us. We know that President Biden was briefed ahead of a state dinner tonight, that the Department of Justice has issued a statement about this. Give us some sense of what 22 people dead, and of course that is just the beginning number. It could go higher. What that means in terms of the national context for a nation already known for this kind of terrible violence.
Right, and just to add to that, the FBI is also assisting both on a technical capability and also a tactical capability, if so called, by the Maine State Police or the Lewiston Police to assist. So they're also involved in this. To your question, This is not a statistics game because, of course, and I know that's not what you meant, but obviously we're talking about people's lives. We're talking about husbands,
Yeah, they have
mothers. We're
at
talking
least
about
one person,
children.
I think for sure. All things.
It's all very, very real. Having covered almost all of the shootings, mass shootings that have occurred over the last 10 years, I can tell you that this certainly ranks up there as far as the amount of people that have fallen to this individual's actions tonight. And while it will not be the highest, thankfully, mass shooting in American history, it is a mass shooting, and so it will impact a lot of families in that community tonight. And so that's obviously just devastating for the Lewiston, Maine area, and is yet another black mark
Maybe more
on this
personnel,
country.
Pauly.
That's safe
I'm
to
not
say
sure.
without any politics involved.
It's a good
I don't think
question.
there's anybody, no matter where you stand on any side of the political aisle, that thinks that this is a good thing or something that should occur in our communities. The solution for that is not up to me to decide. There are a number
Again,
of
and thank you,
potential
Stevie. I
solutions
appreciate
for it,
that very
but
much.
certainly
Thank you all,
when we look at
moderators,
this
for being here
event, it
tonight
is
for
on
sure.
the higher
appreciate
end of
you
some of
all.
the worst mass shootings we've seen in this country.
And Tom, because I know you cover law enforcement and so many different agencies will be responding now. We know that Boston's ATF is responding, for instance. This is a small community, just 35,000 people, law enforcement there. I wonder what you think they will need from federal law enforcement agencies, from the ATF, the FBI. What resources do you think they'll be drawing on as they respond at this hour?
Right. So in New England, it's a little bit different than a lot of other states because New England, you have so many states in such a compact area. For instance, the Boston FBI field office handles Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, parts of other states. So they have all those places under their area of responsibilities, what they call it, jurisdiction, if you want to call it for us. So
The
that's
scanner's
what they
been
handle.
quiet
So the
for a few minutes
FBI,
now.
Boston, the FBI, the ATF in Boston, Maine is their area, and so they will have to respond to that. There are obviously state prosecutors in Maine, U.S. attorneys' offices in Maine. One of the things that the ATF can certainly do when it comes to this particular weapon is trace its sale. Was it legally purchased? Were there any components on this that were illegal? If so, who may have sold those? So there's all sorts of work that the ATF will do as specific to the gun. Those can sometimes be federal charges. We've seen that in the past, and so they're valuable when it comes to that, and also to trace back just this individual's movements over the past several days. So that's the ATF component. From the FBI's component, it's assist until there's a violation of a federal crime outside of what I just described that the ATF would look at. So for the FBI's purposes, if for some reason we hear about statements or this investigation changes to a terrorism investigation, they would be involved. But where the FBI is particularly helpful here,
That's a good
and
point
this
too, Mary.
Boston field office has an awful lot of experience with this, are their technical capabilities as far as trying to determine where a wanted individual is. You remember this, the field office that handled the Boston Marathon bombing. They learned, they brought a lot to that investigation, but they also learned a lot as a result of it in how to kind of try to find folks. So they have a lot of technical capabilities, none of which I will describe here in case this individual is listening to us or anybody else has any horrible ideas along these lines. They also have a tactical capability. They maintain a SWAT unit that would be available to help local law enforcement officials up there. So that's something that they can do. And of course, they have investigative capabilities that are really second to none in databases and the ability to find out information that might be quite helpful here in this manhunt. So that's what the Boston FBI will kind of bring forward. And for the law enforcement agencies in Maine, they can use that information to try to attempt and find this individual, make sure they don't hurt anybody else here tonight.
NBC's Tom Winter with us tonight covering law enforcement's response to this terrible event. Tom, thank you so much for being here with us. As Jim Kavanaugh, former special agent of the ATF, was talking about earlier, the concern, of course, in a moment like this is that people, that the shooter would move from the initial area and go elsewhere. We know that the locations he was in were really only a few miles apart, about a 10-minute drive from one another. But as I understand it, there is some new police activity elsewhere in the region. NBC's Liz Croyce is back with us now to give us the latest on what she knows. Liz, can you give us some sense? Do we have any sense of where he might be or where police response has moved to at this hour?
Yeah, so police, Jake, have not said anything about where they believe he might be, but we are starting to see these images coming in from our affiliate WCSH there in the Lewiston area of a large police presence in a town just outside of Lewiston called Lisbon. And there appears to be a large police presence there. It believes that helicopter choppers are flying overhead. This is about a 10 to 13 minute drive from the bar. That's one of the locations where one of the incidents occurred, one of the shootings happened. It's outside the town
Sounds like they may
of
have closed in
Lewiston.
on
And
something
as we look at this
in
area
Lisbon.
where apparently some police activity is happening right now, and we're showing you these images here from our affiliate of this police activity, it does it's outside of Lewiston in the area of Lisbon is where there seems to be police presence right now. And again, as you've been saying, and we're talking about, there is this active search for this gunman. He is on the loose, and that is one of the scariest things on top of what has been an already nightmare of a night for people, is that people are hunkering down in their homes, keeping their doors locked, their vehicles locked, trying to keep safe as this gunman is on the loose. And Jake, as you keep saying, it's unclear, what kind of damage he could continue to do with that firearm he seems to have obtained.
And at this hour, we have a statement from Maine Medical Center in Portland. This is the only level 1 trauma facility in the state, according to their website. And there are, of course, trauma centers elsewhere in the region. The Central Maine Medical Facility in Lewiston can respond. But Maine Medical Center says that it can confirm it will receive at least one patient transfer from Central Maine Medical Center. So already we know that at a very high level, the top trauma physicians who deal in this terrible business are talking with one another and moving people where they need to go. Liz, before I let you go briefly, I wonder what you'll be watching for in the coming days as when the identification comes across from this person. What do you think law enforcement will want to know about him, and what will they be looking for first, do we think?
Well, certainly, I think how he obtained this weapon. Did he obtain this legally? What were the processes in place to obtain this weapon? And then also probably this person's, their record, what their occupation is, whether there was any motive, what the motive potentially was. We do know from the locations that we know so far of these shootings, the bar and this bowling alley, that it seems like this gunman was specifically targeting places where families and people and friends gather and get together. So what was this person's motive is going to be huge. And then, of course, just the stories of the victims. I mean, that's always the most important thing. We focus a lot on the gunman, of course, because the gunman is on the loose,
Lewiston and
the
Auburn.
stories of the people who sadly have lost their lives, and their lives have been shattered and changed tonight, Jake.
Yeah. Liz Kreutz, who has been working late with us to keep track of these terrible events in Maine tonight. Thank you, Liz, for everything you've been doing for us. Just moments ago, a reporter with our affiliate in Maine, that's WCSH, spoke to witnesses who say they saw a man run by with a gun. Have a listen.
I'm Jordan Sauter, Francis. I'm with News Center, Maine. What just happened?
Somebody was running with a gun. That's all we know. And then the cops came and had us all lay down.
So the cops had you all lay down?
Yeah.
Guns drawn at you all?
Yes.
And they saw somebody in this area?
No, he went in that building.
He went in that building? Did they clear the building?
No. The guy, the suspect went in that building?
All right. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Reporters, of course, across the region doing what they can to stay on top of that. Civilians there ordered to lie on the ground to make way for the law enforcement response. Just a terrible evening, and again, in a country racked by gun violence, another terrible night. It's one that no one in that region saw coming, just how terrible a scene. And of course, our thoughts will be with the people going into the coming days. This concludes our rolling coverage. We'll have much more ahead with our affiliate WCSH and online.
Law enforcement tonight about the person they are looking for at this hour.
So that's the one. If you go back to your teams.
Working to pull up that information again, but the specific details police described.
Yeah.
Okay.
Law enforcement attempting to locate Robert Card. They've got a birth date here of April 4th, 1983. As a person of interest regarding the mass shooting at Schmenge's Bar and Spare Time Rack tonight, Card should be considered armed and dangerous, and please contact law enforcement if you happen to be aware of his whereabouts. This is from the Lewiston Police Department. That's the picture. That's the description. Again, April 4th, 1983 birth date. Robert Card is who they're looking for.
So that puts him at 40. And this is the suspect they, as far as we know, are still looking for tonight.
Yes.
With that description of the vehicle he is believed to have been in, that's on your screen right now. That's the photo of the car they say he was driving tonight. That white Subaru Outback, again, with the black bumper. You can see just the edge of it on the left side of your screen right there. So again, that info just came in from Lewiston Police, describing and identifying for the first time by more than just a photograph who they are searching for right now. And again, because of that search, that shelter in place has expanded from, first it was Lewiston, Auburn, and now it is all of Androscoggin County at this hour.
All right, let's go to Jack Mulmwood, who I believe is still outside the hospital, Central Maine Medical
Yeah,
Center.
I agree,
in Lewiston.
Brian.
Hey, Jack.
That was another horrible situation.
That's right. Hey, Lee and Brian. Standing outside here out of Central Maine Medical Center, this is the hospital, the closest location to where that shooting took place, taking on the bulk of the victims here in this shooting that claimed the lives of 22 people here in Lewiston this evening. And as we've been talking throughout this night, much more of a tragedy than Lewiston. It involves Maine and the nation here as we reel in the loss of these 22 people. But standing outside here of Central Maine Medical Center earlier, as I said, we saw dozens of people waiting outside to find out any details on their loved ones, people giving their names of their loved ones, people working here to see if their loved one is in there or if their loved one survived or not from that shooting that took place, with the suspect still on the run there, with the entire Androscoggin County under a lockdown. And as you guys have said, that man that is on the loose, police are saying to look out for the man named Robert Card. You guys saw his photo there. And we've seen those photos. He's believed to be driving a white Subaru with a black bumper. He's around 40 years old. He should be considered armed and dangerous. Again, just a quick reminder for that. But to my left here, you could see the main entrance of the hospital. You see armed security guards there. They have been standing there now for the last 2 hours, making sure people can enter and leave safely. You can only imagine, imagine the sensitivity and the shock that parents and families are facing as they approach this hospital to
it was stated
understand more about the situation, how it may have impacted their loved one. Nurses, first responders, doctors that we've seen walking in and out of here have just been, it's hard to describe what's going on here because it's just been such a shock. We've talked about this often, how you prepare for this every day, but when the day comes like this, it's totally different. Some of those people that were staying out here are still waiting for answers to see if their loved one is safe or not. We spoke with a woman named Julie who moved to Lewiston when she was 17 years old. Last we spoke to her, she still does not know if her son is alive or dead. And she said he was in that shooting at Schmenge's Bar here in Lewiston. And she said she showed up here when she heard her son was shot, and she's still waiting to hear more. Let's go in and hear a little bit of what she has to say.
My ex-husband and my son were playing pool, and next thing I know, I saw on Facebook that there was a shooting at Schmenge's where they were playing, and then nobody would tell us anything. Just go to CMMC. His wife, his son, my ex-husband are here. Friends are here. We're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
Oh my God, this poor woman.
And while so many people, just like Julie, are just trying to understand the situation, us here are also trying to understand the gravity. It's hard to wrap your head around the pure human loss of life that has happened here. All the while we're talking about this, there have been multiple life flight helicopters landing here at Central Maine Medical Center. It is one of the sources for life flight helicopters. We've seen at least more than a dozen over the last 2 hours fly in and out of here, seemingly transporting patients out of here. But as we've been talking, it's an important reminder for our audience that there still is an active lockdown here in Androscoggin County. That means lock your doors, do not drive, stay inside as much as you can, and keep following for updates from law enforcement and us here on News Center as we try our best to learn more information that's going down here. But for now, we're live here in Lewiston outside Central Maine Medical Center. We'll toss it back to you, Zach. Amanda?
Jack Mulmond live outside of CMMC, as he just said. And, he's talking about how difficult this is for a lot of families. Thank you for sticking with us. I'm Amanda Hill. This is Zach Blanchard.
Yeah, an incredibly difficult night for our state and for the country. We are just receiving statements from Senator King and Susan Collins saying that they've been in touch with President Joe Biden, all about Lewiston, Maine. Getting the headline tonight that at least 22 people killed in an active shooter situation. Folks just out for the night at a bar and grill in Lewiston, out for a bowling league after work.
Yeah. And if you are just joining us, this is where police have really focused their investigation at Spare Time Recreation. That's a bowling alley in Lewiston. That's on Mollison Way. Also at Schmeggy's Bar and Grill, which is on Lincoln Street. It's about 4 miles from Spare Time Recreation there. We have also been told about some police activity in Lisbon Falls. We have our Hannah Cumler there. She's been briefing us on some of the activity there. But this is who police have been focusing their search on. This is Robert Card. He is 40 years old. Again, police are asking anyone to keep an eye out for him. If you do see him, obviously call your local police department and let them know. Do not approach him. He is considered armed and dangerous.
So again, take a close look at your screen there. This is the man police are looking for. Robert Card, 40 years old. They say he is the man who carried out the mass shooting at Schmenge's Bar and Spare Time Recreation earlier this evening. Card is, again, considered armed and dangerous. If you know where he might be, take a look at your screen. If you know where this man is this evening, please give police a call. We are also waiting to hear more from police. They are expected to hold a press conference in just moments, I believe. We have a shot of that, the podium there. Getting ready to hear from state police as well as local officials. I guess we don't have that shot right now, but as soon as state police and other agencies are prepared to speak there, we will carry it live right here on News Center Maine.
And we thank you for sticking with us through this coverage. I know this is difficult for many of you to see this coverage. It's difficult for us to report on it. Maine is obviously a small town. It's our hometown, and it's difficult to see. And this has become such a big thing. You've probably seen coverage on a lot of the national stations. The president has been briefed on what's going on. At this point, the FBI in Boston has gotten involved in this investigation. We know the ATF in Boston also joining in on this investigation. So a lot of agencies are involved in this. This is a big deal. And to put this into perspective, what we know from NBC News, they confirmed with Lewiston PD, 22 people killed in this one act of violence. Last year, Maine had 29 homicides overall. Through the year, 29 homicides in Maine. This is 22 in one night.
Yeah, you can see this video here from earlier, people just fleeing the scene. We see these images over and over again. We say repeatedly, it hasn't happened in Maine. Tonight it has. And as you at home are trying to make sense of this, trying to process this, I want to reiterate again, as Amanda said, you're not alone in this. There's help out there. If you feel like this moment is tough, please confide in your loved ones, hug your loved ones tonight. There are also, this happened early enough that there were likely kids who were awake to see this on the TV. So please keep an eye on them. Lewiston Public Schools announcing
absolutely everybody,
well
please.
Over an hour ago now, I guess, that school will not be in session tomorrow.
That's well as Auburn.
Yep, as well as Auburn. The superintendent releasing a statement to please continue to shelter in place. Of course, the Lewiston superintendent will continue to update you with information and next steps. Saying our prayers go out to those who lost someone tonight. Our prayers go out to all those working to stop further loss of life. So again, several schools in the area, not just Lewiston, Auburn as well. I think there's some others coming.
Even extending out, we know Mechanic Falls has closed, Poland, Brunswick, Gray New Gloucester. We heard earlier from Central Maine Community College. That's the college there in Auburn. They were saying that they will be closed tomorrow, and they are very aware of the situation. Earlier, Bates College was actually in lockdown. We heard from officials there. Still very much active in that area.
Yeah, and obviously this is a situation that, again, is not just impacting Lewiston, it's impacting all of these communities. And when you're talking about schools, one of the largest school districts in the state, Bonnie Eagle, even releasing a statement that they haven't decided whether or not to hold classes tomorrow, but
he's completely out of
awake
right now.
School leaders across the state really trying to make sense of this, making sure that students and families are supported as we're all trying to make sense of what happened in Lewiston tonight. Just to reiterate for you, at least 22 people killed in an active shooting in Lewiston. This is the man police are looking for. If you know who he is, if you've seen him, please give police a call. This is Robert Card. Police are considering him a person of interest in that shooting at Schmenge's Bar and Spare Time Recreation earlier this evening. They still have not been able to apprehend him. They're also looking for this white car here. They say there's a black bumper on the front. They're trying to locate Card, and they say he should be considered armed and dangerous. So if you happen to see this car,
there was also a brown F-150 that they were looking at as a possible second suspect
to be
veteran
earlier this evening, walking in
that was
to
circling
Spare Time Recreation. Definitely
a certain area with its hazard lights on.
To watch there.
Very disturbing to see, but very important to see as well. And we know our Jack Mulnett.
I haven't heard any more on the scanner about
Maine
that.
Medical Center. We also have someone outside of Maine Medical Center in Portland.
I believe, and I could be wrong,
At
that
least one patient they told us
AR-14
is going there,
that he
and
had in his hand.
just to put into
I believe. I
perspective
may be wrong.
how
I can't
much
see
this
it
is
clearly,
affecting
guys.
our hospitals here, that they even said out of an abundance of caution and due to the dynamic nature of the situation, Maine Medical Center and other Maine health hospitals have closed their campuses to non-hospital personnel and non-patients until further notice. So, people can't even go to visit loved ones who are in the hospital right
it was
now.
an automatic weapon.
This is very much affecting our, and we know our hospitals prepare for these things.
Absolutely.
We know our police prepare
There
for
was
these things.
a bowling event going on at the bowling
such
alley.
a
I pray to God that none of the people were children.
That I don't think anyone can
I'm
really
sorry that anybody
be
was
ready
harmed,
for
but
this.
Absolutely, and I think we have that
pray to
shot
God that
now
none
at
of
the
them were children.
podium in Lewiston City Hall. Our reporters and several other reporters from across the state have been kind of stationed there, awaiting a press conference from state police. I imagine other local officials, likely the mayors of Lewiston and Auburn, are there. Perhaps even the governor likely to speak. You can see microphones there from news organizations across the state.
It was blurry to me. I didn't have my glasses
at
on, like an
Lewiston City Hall, and as
AR-14.
soon as that press conference gets underway, we will be sure to bring it to Alex
clips,
Haskell
they
standing
said.
there.
And just to reiterate what's going on here, active shooter in Lewiston, and the areas of focus have been Schmenge's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street and Spare Time Recreation on Mollison Way. They're about 4 miles apart.
Not fully automatic.
And at this point, we know that at least 22 people have been killed. That's what NBC News is telling us. You can bet a lot more people have been injured. We know the hospitals are dealing with all of that. And we have reporters in various locations. There was police activity happening in Lisbon Falls. Our Hannah Kumler was there. Our Sam Olson is around Birch Street in Lewiston. She said about 50 or so police are at a staging area there. So we're certainly keeping an eye on what's going on. But again, this all remains very, very active.
Right, as police from multiple agencies, state and
Cumberland
federal
Farms
agencies
is where they
now
were
are
circling.
trying to track down this man. Take a look at your screen. Robert Card, he's 40 years old.
Love you too, Brian, so
he
very
is
much.
the person police say opened fire at Spare
There's
Time
Mama
and
Bear.
Schmenge's
Thank you for being
earlier
here
this
today, Mama Bear.
evening. And this is really having an effect on all across the state. Congressman
Mary.
Garrett Golden, who is from Lewiston, represents District 2, sharing a statement saying, like all Mainers, I'm horrified by the events in Lewiston tonight. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they conduct their work.
Also, Congresswoman Shelley Pingree saying, I am aware of and have been briefed briefed on the active shooter situation in Lewiston. I urge all people in the area to follow the direction of state and local enforcement, which they have been saying, please shelter in place, lock your doors, stay off the roads, let them. Clearly, they've been very active in Lewiston and in Lisbon Falls. So just let them have reign of the roads and where they need to be, but definitely lock your doors.
Yeah, I want to actually see if we can pull up some video because I want to focus on the human element of this. Jack Molman was at Central Maine Medical Center. I believe we have some video there. There were families kind of gathered outside the door. You can see even inside the hospital, it looks like they're staging hospital beds in what appear to be hallways, just because this is such a large situation for them to respond to. Family members there just waiting to hear the news, communicating with what appears to be maybe hospital staff, going through perhaps names of victims. These families just absolutely likely heartbroken, anxious. Jack even said some he spoke to were angry about what happened tonight. And to see that many people.
Suspicious condition reported up there. It's a photo of a male subject with the same that they believe was involved. It was at the snowmobile trail quarry next to his house a few days ago. If you can just give him a call, I'll put it on your screen. I'll text you the number, Emma.
Hanging like this, just tell us. I feel so bad for his wife. I mean, my kid, I don't know what's going on with him.
They told us that. Wow. So just that sheer panic, I can't even begin to fathom what those families are experiencing tonight.
Yeah.
I believe we have News Center Maine's Hannah Kumler joining us now. She's live in Lisbon Falls, where there's a lot of police activity there. Hannah, what are you seeing?
Hey, Zach. Yeah, we've actually changed location. Before, when we saw you last time, we were across the street here. Now we're right in front of Lisbon High School, which you can see. But we were actually instructed to leave. An officer came over to us who was heavily armed and said, do with this information what you will, but we are working a scene a half mile away. And I don't know how safe it is for you to be here. When I asked, okay, should we get in our car or leave? He said, I would not be here. So Sam and I packed up and came a little bit further away. I want to tell you, though, what happened while we were waiting from my last live shot to this current one. There's a police presence, a strong one, blocking Frost Hill Ave, which is what I told you last time. It's a road that we attempted to go down, but we're turned around. We were trying to get to a boat launch at the end of that road. And now that road is completely blocked off. There is, I don't know, probably 15 police vehicles in total over there. But within like a 5-minute stretch, it really seemed like police were gearing up, loading weapons and putting them on. And then all of their lights went off. That's the only thing we observed before we were instructed to leave. Now, we have been here at Lisbon High School for a few minutes since, and we can't see anything that is happening, but we were told that it is unsafe to be where we were. And so, of course, we did leave, and we'll continue to keep you updated. For those who missed us last time, we're in Lisbon Falls here. And when we arrived, there was a chopper that's circling. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's still up there. We're going to try to see if we can capture it here for you. It has been circling now for, I don't know, upward near an hour with a spotlight pointing down. So it's definitely, as we've been mentioning this whole time, very active scene here. Androscoggin River is where that boat launch was, we told you, at the end of Frost Hill Ave. The area we're in right now is Lisbon Falls, as I mentioned, but it's the Route 196 junction. It connects a lot of major roads. Lisbon Street, as I think Brian mentioned earlier, it's a major throughway, which is shut down right now, right up at that mobile station. And then the other road is Ridge Road, which is what Frost Hill Ave is off of. So all of these roads are monitoring this area. What that means remains to be seen. But as we've been mentioning this entire time, it's horrible, devastating what's happening to us. It's not normal. But what is really impressive and reassuring is the response that we've seen throughout the state of Maine to make sure that we're safe. And so I think, as Amanda said earlier, if you are at home, stay at home, lock your doors, be as safe as you can be in the confines of your home. And we'll continue to keep you updated from here. But for now, Zach, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Hannah Kumler there. We want to kind of give perspective about how far.
In Lewiston, Maine, between Lewiston and Auburn, the suspect is still at large. They are pursuing him as we speak. I'm sorry. There are 22 people deceased, sadly, and between 50 to 60 that have been injured. For anybody that has just tuned in, we're live with that, and I have the scanner going in the background as well, just trying to keep on top of everything. So thank you for tuning in. For those of you that just have, appreciate you.
Who instructed us to come back up towards the end of the road. So we went down Frost Hill Ave and we had to come back up to this junction area. We were up kind of staged in when I first talked to you guys up by that gas station. And we've just been instructed to leave. And it was kind of like, you know, we were told, do with the information what you will, but it is not safe. And so we have crossed the street down the road a little bit to Lisbon High, and that's where we're situated for now until we hear anything else.
My apologies.
Hannah, you mentioned Lisbon Street, major throughway that's closed off right now. We're seeing some cars move behind you. Are cars being let through now, or is this mostly just police presence?
I should say, yeah, that's a great distinction, Amanda, that it is closed down. If Sam, can you pan over next to the gas station there? You can see where there's a sheriff's vehicle parked. That's where it stops. So vehicles are allowed to travel up to that point. And then it's kind of, do you live around here? Are you traveling through? And there's kind of almost like a checkpoint situation that's happening. So it's really only roads that are accessible to the Androscoggin River, which is in that direction. So kind of strategic blocks for the police, I'd say.
Hannah Kumler live in Lisbon Falls tonight. Thanks so much. We'll check back in with you in a bit. Of course, the activity there is all related to police trying to track down the suspect. We want to pull that picture up for you again, if possible. This is Robert Card. Take a look at your screen. 40 years old. He's the person police say opened fire at those two locations in Lewiston earlier this evening. If you see him, police say he is considered armed and dangerous, so do not approach him, but call police right away.
I want to read this statement, too, from Senator Susan Collins. We mentioned that all of our Maine's delegation has been completely keyed in on this, but she mentioned that as our state mourns this horrific mass shooting, we appreciate the support we've received from all across the country, including the call I received from President Biden offering assistance. So the president clearly clued in on this. We know, again, that the FBI in Boston has offered their assistance in this investigation. A lot of agencies involved in this tonight.
Absolutely. And the president also in touch with other members of Maine's congressional delegation, including Senator Angus King. So this is having an effect not just here in Maine, but across the country this evening. I also want to point out that Bates College in the Lewiston Auburn area is in lockdown right now as well. We're hearing about some police activity there too. We'll, of course, as soon as we get more information about exactly what's happening there, we'll keep you updated as well.
Thank you to everyone, too, who has been sending us updates and video from what they see from their homes. Obviously, very, very active throughout Lewiston this evening. We're seeing police cars in multiple areas. And we know there's definitely a heavy police presence outside of Central Maine Medical Center, where a lot of these victims have been taken. We know that at least one patient was being taken to Maine Medical Center in Portland, which is where they can handle a little bit higher levels of trauma. Obviously, Central Maine Medical Center obviously set up for trauma as well, but I'm sure they're overloaded with the number of people. We saw the crowds standing out there waiting to hear anything.
Yeah. Tough night indeed. I want to see if we have that video from outside of Central Maine Medical Center, but I also want to bring us back to where this all started. I don't know if we have that video ready. This happened again on a Wednesday night, when folks were just gathered after work for some bowling leagues out at a restaurant, when police say this man, Robert Card, who's captured on surveillance video there, entered the bowling alley and then apparently the restaurant at some point. We don't know the exact timeline. They're also looking for that white Subaru Outback you just saw. You can see people just running from the scene.
This is spare time right now, or it was a few hours ago. That was, that area was certainly cleared out. We definitely heard from Mary Ellen Davis as well, who happened to be at the senior center across the way. She was with a knitting group. They were evacuated by police. We know that in that area of Lewiston Way, there in Lewiston, there are a few restaurants, and like you said, Zach, Wednesday night you have families that are out. You had a bowling league. To stop playing, and parents had to come pick them up. I mean, a very scary situation in both communities this evening.
Yeah, another white sedan, I know.
All right, so we're going to actually hear from Mary Ellen. Chris Costa spoke to her earlier. Take a listen to that.
The police stormed the building when we alerted them to the fact that one of the back doors had been left ajar. So we were told quite sternly to get out of the building there were about as many police officers in the building as there were knitters.
Oh, wow. Is this a big building?
Seniors Plus?
Yes.
No, it's just a one-story building. Fortunately, almost all the lights are motion censored. So if anybody had come down any of the hallways or something like that, we would have seen them coming long before. Cold, we're about as safe as we can.
Because so they took you out of the building because they needed to search the building in case someone was hiding in there. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, and they didn't find anybody.
To the best of my knowledge, the shooter is still loose.
Has anybody told you officially how many shooters there are?
No.
Okay.
Again, that was Mary Ellen Davis. She was at the senior center across the way from Spare Time Recreation, just recapping her ordeal there, where police came to their building and made them evacuate.
Yeah, and of course that was the scene across a number of buildings in that area. There are other restaurants, other venues. You mentioned earlier kids at the hockey rink. So many people had to do just what she did, shelter in place, not knowing what was going on outside the doors. Hopefully many of them have now gotten to safety if they could, as police search for that gunman. We're thinking here, some people have asked, what about blood donations at a time like this? With all these folks flooding to the hospitals, they desperately need blood when they're treating these patients. So we did reach out to the Red Cross, and they tell us they've been working to overcome a blood shortage since mid-September through its national inventory. I'm just reading right off the email here. The Red Cross can provide much needed blood wherever and whenever the need arises, thanks to volunteer blood donations who step up every day to save lives. So they are grateful for donors. They did mention that their center in Auburn is currently on lockdown, but they are planning to adjust if there are any people who are willing to donate blood at a time like this.
Certainly worth checking in with them, I would say, tomorrow. Yes. Let things sort of calm down a little bit, but sure, the shortage, the need is definitely going to be great tomorrow. Also worth reminding people that police are looking for 40-year-old Robert Card. I know we've been sharing his photo, but he is the man believed to be, he is the person of interest in this shooting. We do know that 22 people have been killed. That's from NBC, who got that information from Lewiston Police. And again, we're still waiting to hear from police tonight. Our Alex Haskell is live at the Lewiston City Hall, where Lewiston Police, Androscoggin County Sheriffs, and Maine State Police have all gathered. And it sounds like the ATF from Boston is on their way there, if they're not there yet, to all sort of regroup and gather all of the information and let all of us know exactly what's going on, and hopefully we have a resolution to this very soon. But in the meantime, they're asking everyone to shelter in place, lock your doors.
And we've said that number 22, at least 22, over and over and over again tonight. Those are human beings. Those are moms, dads, brothers, and sisters.
I'll call you.
Okay. They're not going to put that across the air, whatever it was.
And obviously it's a big deal. A lot of national news networks have been picking this up and covering this because this affects a lot of people. We're hearing that the police are getting ready to do a press conference, so we'll get to that the minute we see them come up to the podium there. We're keeping an eye on that. But again, just to remind you that this has been a very active scene all night tonight. We first got word of it around 6:30 tonight, and so we've had reporters on scenes, in multiple scenes. We've been at Spare Time Recreation, Schmenge's Bar and Grill you see there on Lincoln. All right, we're going to toss over to police.
This has been going on about 5 hours as of now, folks.
Sergeant Cheney is going to be relieving 16, but we don't have cruisers here. I'm going to be transporting some back to the college set.
I'm listening on the county and state.
These violent crimes that occurred in the city of Lewiston this evening. As you know, this is an experienced group. We won't have a lot of Q&A.
Road 1055 car versus deer airbag deployment unknown PI.
Getting this right the first time, and we're doing that with our partners. And we do appreciate you putting out information from time to time. Moving forward, we would appreciate it if you got that information from us so that we knew that it was accurate. And that is incredibly important for all of us from an investigative standpoint and from a public safety standpoint, that we have a unified front with this information as we release it. The delay in coming here with you now is simply because we have to confirm information from our end. We want to make sure the information we're giving you and the information that goes out to the general public is accurate. So we do have some information that we will release here on the podium. And this is a general caution to the public. That approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only.
Yes,
and we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road. This release also includes a photo, which I believe I have seen, from various sources. I would also let you know that we have created a reunification location, and that would be at the Auburn Middle School. So in the neighboring community of Auburn at 38 Falcon Drive. Again, that's the Auburn Middle School. And when I say reunification center or location, what that means is that if somebody has a question or they have a concern, they can't find a loved one, they believe that a friend or a family member may be involved in what occurred. As it becomes available to us. As you can imagine, and as you know, there are multiple scenes in the city to include multiple hospitals, multiple follow-ups, a lot of witnesses we're speaking with, and a lot of leads. The general public has been very cooperative.
There was at some point across the scanner, a patrol officer came across, said that they were looking at a brown Ford F-150 as a second possible suspect that was circling Cumberland Acres, I believe it's called, with their hazards on. That was talked about earlier.
Your partnership and your patience. I would offer to take questions just so you know that I probably won't have answers. And as long as you know that going in, there's no disrespect intended in that. Feel free to ask a couple, and if I think we can get there, then I'm happy to answer those. If not, we do have work to do on behalf of our communities, and that's our primary focus this evening.
There are many specific figures about casualties out there. The sheriff Sampson told me up as many as 20. I just wanted to give you those opportunities to set the record straight on that.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. And I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation. So the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now, change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that. And when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of. But I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening. And I don't think that that's helpful because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
Does the suspect have any known criminal history with law enforcement? Is he someone who's been on the radar of state police or local police to your knowledge?
Well, Mr. Card, who we're speaking about right now, is a person of interest and a person of interest only, right? I'm not listing him as a suspect at this point, and we're not prepared to go into his background or anything else that we may be aware of. One more question?
You're only looking for one shooter, correct?
We're looking for this person of interest right now, and that's what we'll
I don't like this guy.
Enlist and speak about at this particular moment. When we have additional information, I'm happy to share that. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, thank you for your time. And I know Assistant City Manager O'Malley will make arrangements, I think, to move everybody out of the building. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
These are the flyers that we were mentioning. So here we can grab those. And we'll thank you very much.
That was Commissioner for Maine's Public Safety, Michael Soschuk, just briefing the press on what's going on.
I don't like
didn't
that.
get much
I don't like how he handled that at all.
Except that they continue to be searching for 40-year-old Robert Card, who they are calling a person of interest in this. And they did locate a vehicle that they believed he was in Lisbon, but it was empty.
Yeah, I understand.
So they are asking people in
There's
Lisbon
numbers that are out
to
there
shelter
already.
in
He could have
place
just
while they continue their search. Robert Card is believed to be armed and dangerous. They are also still asking people in Lewiston to shelter in place at this point.
Yeah, the only other major bit of information there was that there is a reunification center they've opened up as well. That's at the Auburn Middle School at 38 Falcon Court, I believe. So they have opened up a reunification center for families there. And in terms of the numbers are reporting, we just want to be clear here. We are reporting at least 22 people killed in that Lewiston shooting. This is according to NBC News through the Lewiston Police Department. But as you heard there, Michael Soschuk, the Commissioner for Department of Public Safety, was not ready to firmly say just how many. And of course, this is tough for them. We understand taking reporters' questions like that. So they're trying to make sure that information is right before they officially say it. But we just want to be transparent about where that number is coming from.
Hey, Salty, good to see you tonight.
And of course, we certainly recognize this is very difficult for families to be watching and unsure of whether their loved ones, whether their friends were at Schmengi's or whether they were at Spare Time or somehow caught up in the midst of any of this. Or maybe they have people in Lisbon Falls who are being asked to shelter in place, or in Lewiston being asked to shelter in place. But again, as Zach just mentioned, that reunification center at Auburn Middle School, 38 Falcon Drive. It's going to be a very important place tonight for a lot of these families and friends who don't have any answers. They haven't heard from, their father they tried to call or their son they tried to call. And so that's a place where you can go to get some information.
All day tomorrow.
Find out more information on a loved one. They also have a behavioral health liaison there, which is going to be very, very important moving forward.
A.R. Hayes is going to be live from Idaho, live with us here. He's going to be at both hearings. He probably won't be able to get close to the one, but the other one, he will be there. he will be live with us tomorrow here. Once he gets there, okay? And I will be live probably from noon till whatever time, guys, to make sure that we have everything. No worries, Phantasmic. We've missed you. I'll say that much. But so yeah, guys, tomorrow, real quick, for those of you that are in here that may be leaving, I will be live tomorrow. Right around noon or so, starting. That way we can cover everything tomorrow. We'll be doing a little catch up on it. Like I said, AR is going to be live there and live with us from there. We'll be broadcasting all of that. And obviously, he's not going to be able to do much for probably, I don't know. But we'll find out what he has the ability to do. That's a good point, Mandy.
Again, the reunification center they're sending people to is at the Auburn Middle School on Falcon Drive. But again, if you don't have to be out, this is,
I'm not going anywhere, Brian. I was just giving you the heads up for tomorrow, buddy.
Even Bates College in Lewiston is on lockdown right now. They're telling their students to stay put.
Right, and we're getting a number of schools announcing that they're canceling classes tomorrow. So we will try to get an updated list. They seem to just be coming in more and more
familiar with
in the greater Lewiston area saying, no, we're not going to bring kids
we've
in.
been working together with him
It's just
on
not the time for that. So
we will be live
families
tomorrow
obviously
in
check with
Idaho
your local school district. You probably received a text message or email tonight, but there are other schools that we have received
during the
messages from
hearings,
if you haven't
guys.
heard
So
from your school, like Bonnie Eagle.
that will be good.
The superintendent's acknowledging that they are weighing the decision and will make a final announcement in the morning. But of course, understanding the gravity of
sounds
of
good.
the situation
Rita, thank you
tonight.
for joining us
This is
tonight,
video
darling.
from
I
earlier
appreciate
tonight
it.
outside of Spare Time Recreation. And
Joanne, I said that tomorrow we will be live, probably around noon. I'll start. I'll be live all day. Okay. And AR Hayes, a Convict's Thoughts, has been working with us. He is going to be in Idaho tomorrow live, and we'll be bringing him here live with us live tomorrow. So we will have a live shot from Idaho tomorrow during all of this, folks. So please make sure you tune in for that. It should be interesting. Absolutely, Joanne. We do the best we can to bring the best we can to you guys. You know that. So it is what it is. I guess so, Mandy. I guess so. I wondered that too, but he said he was good to go. So as long as he stays within the United States, you know. I will be live my time. Probably I'll start around noon just to give it a little head start. And then I'll be here all day, you guys. So you can go in and out wherever you want to go, but I will be here. That will be that. And then Friday night, I will be joining Jules of All Trades in Crime Sleuthing at her channel. We will be live with Kara Northington, aka Kara Kernoodle, Xana's mom, Friday night around 8 p.m. Eastern time. We got a busy couple days coming up, guys, so make sure you're tuning in. Thank you, Phantasmic. I appreciate you, dear, so very much. Very much. I understand, Crime Solver. Thank you so very much. NHSP. Thank you so very much, Jessica. I appreciate that, dear. I haven't been able to get in my email yet because of this, but
And then the unimaginable happened, and I don't want to overstate that it wasn't just those people necessarily. It was also the entire Lewiston area that got that alert on their phone, right? And was sheltered in place wherever they were, whether it was a grocery store or a hockey rink, getting that message on their phone and not knowing what was happening. Obviously, just a really terrifying situation tonight.
And we spoke with our reporter Alex Haskell a little bit earlier tonight, and it was.
have a great night. Paris girl, thank you for tuning in with us tonight.
This time we've got unit 30 and 33 on. 30 needs fuel and 33 is en route to a 1055 in Durham. We advise both of them if they can start a little later to help out with the calls. They can take tomorrow off. The bullets are closed. Unit 33 is en route to the Durham call. Unit 30 is going to be heading to the house to make contact with 211.
Absolutely, Paris. Thank you. There was a bowling alley S. Smith. That was the actual target, I do believe. Hold on, guys. I'm going to pull this down for a minute. I will go right back to it, I promise. Now you guys get to see my ugly mug for a minute. Sorry about that. Just want to see what Jessica sent me here. Thank you, Jess. All right, we got the flight tracker going up as well. So we'll keep that to the side here. Oh, I'm sorry, D. I appreciate that, Phantasmic. I love you as well. That goes for all of you guys. One moment, folks. I need more screens. More screens, more screens. I got more screens. That's right. High-tech meatballs in the house. We do very much marinate well. I love that. Meatbot. There's a lot of planes going out there right now. Again, thank you again for that, Jessica. I appreciate you so very much, darling. All right. All right, I can just flip-flop between the two now. That'll be fine. Meatbots.
Police are certainly working around the clock, along with, all of the staff at the hospitals there in Lewiston, plus the hospital Maine Med in Portland. We've heard from them. In fact,
person they've identified as that person of interest. And as we talked earlier to Rich Kolko, the former
I know, Miley, I'm
agent
scared to
who
death.
spoke with
I'm
us, he
scared to
said
death.
he
I
believed
pray to
at least
God
that this person who was at the
that
bowling alley
didn't
at the
happen.
bar
Thank you so much.
likely knew somebody who was
I
there.
very
So
much
if you are one of
appreciate
those
everything
people,
you guys do.
again, the commissioner just underscoring,
Everything.
call 911 right away if that person looks familiar to you.
And the commissioner stopping short of talking about Robert Card's background, but we are reporting from ABC News that they say that this person of interest has a history of military service and is a firearms instructor. Also has a mental health history, including a 2-week stay this past summer at a mental health facility after he reported hearing voices and made threats to shoot up a National Guard facility in Saco. Again, tracing that Subaru, that white Subaru that we've been seeing, back to that location in Lisbon, Maine, where we have Connor staked out and who has now. The police presence is slowly dispersing. So that's kind of where we are.
Oh, wondering.
You just touched the deer in Durham. You were 10-1. Can you repeat that?
Who are you talking about, Brian? Oh, JLR. I see it. Sorry.
In Auburn area. But again, as we have been reporting, that shelter in place order in place in Androscoggin County, also now in place in Lisbon. So stay home and lock your doors. The best advice tonight.
That I don't
and
know.
I keep going back.
Yes, I brought my coffee to me this time, guys. That way I don't have to leave you. Well, I won't have to for a minute at least.
They are treating, but we also know that St. Mary's joining in helping take care of people tonight.
And what you're looking at is a live picture of Maine Med this evening.
Now I have
We
to
do
make
know
coffee
that Maine
now.
Medical Center has received at least one patient
Grizzly
at this
Adams
point
or something. I can't even
transported
remember.
from
I don't know,
Central
probably
Maine
bought it
Medical
anymore.
Center in Lewiston to Maine Medical Center this evening. The hospital has created critical care operating room capacity in anticipation of potential patient transports coming. Back to this post from the Lewiston Police Department made on Facebook, and prayers coming from Kentucky, Florida, Virginia, New Hampshire, Ohio, Atlanta, Puerto Rico, South Carolina, Wisconsin, Tennessee, North Carolina, West Virginia, Texas, New Jersey, Iowa, California. I mean, it keeps going.
Hold on, guys. I had like 5 things open at one time, so my apologies. I got the live one again. Thank you. That's the one I was on originally. I was just trying to check some other things, but this is the suspect, basically. Thank you, Jessica. This was the Facebook account. I believe they did take it down from Bowdoin Center, Maine. That would be him. Okay.
Sam and I were in the vehicle and are just hopping out, to just kind of update you on the scene here. I heard you earlier, Zach, and Amanda mentioned that Lisbon Street is shut down, but you're still seeing cars moving about. It is just blocked off right here. So this is like if you were to be going from
Thank you, Stevie.
into Lisbon Center. Cars are not being let through here. We've seen several cars either turn around, or if they live past this block where that cruiser is sitting, then they're allowed to go through. But police are checking every car that goes that way, and some are turning around in the gas station and heading back. So for those familiar with this area, we're at Lewiston High School, which has announced that they are closed tomorrow, as so many other schools are in the state of Maine because of this horrible incident. And also, we're right in the...
I don't know that, Paladin.
So that is Ridge Road and Lisbon Street.
What's up, Kimmy?
After our attempt, shortly after. And it seems like the chopper that's circling has a spotlight that is, I think, both land. I'm not entirely sure, but the Androscoggin River.
Do you have any units on the bridge?
I'm at 2 areas that is stream. They're only service one down. Well, 5 or 6 vehicles going after that.
My dude.
To them if they get turned around or they're let through. But I think this is not a kind of a quiet area. Anyways, the most action is happening, it's going to be at this junction. But I do think that it's gotten quieter, whether that's a shelter in place or just because the night is winding down. I'm not sure. But I think word's gotten around, as we've seen on social media, there's a lot of commotion happening down here at Lisbon Falls.
And from whatever thing is understood, they do not have him in custody as of yet.
At the mobile station across the street, it looks like several vehicles are
Yes, Brian.
in the parking lot, which has kind of been an area where a lot of...
He just walked in and opened fire.
But you're looking at it right now. We have about
Kimmy.
just pulled in. I will say almost all of the officers that we've seen here tonight are armed with large guns, not what we're used to seeing, certainly what Lisbon Falls is not used to seeing. You can see this is Lisbon Street that you're looking at, a car maybe turning around here at the gas station. It's just a familiar sight, kind of what we've been dealing with tonight.
It is, Brian. It's very...
we'll continue to keep
every bit of it is awful.
Not entirely sure what's happening. Only can say that an officer did approach us and said that they were working.
I gotta say thank you for... It's good to see you, Brian. I've missed you, my friend. I love you to death.
Give some distance.
It is great to see you, sir.
For safety reasons.
Sorry for the echo.
Yeah, and Hannah, by looking at those cars that we just saw in that shot there, it looked like they are unmarked police vehicles of some kind. Just looking at like those vehicles pulling into the gas station, they're obviously
welcome, Lisa.
At the gas station, or if maybe it's kind of more of a staging area, just because it's the outside edge of the area they've closed off. But Hannah, thanks so much.
We've had multiple staging areas.
He's 40 years old, Brian.
Say in Lewiston, there were certain streets in Lewiston. We've seen.
That's scary. Gotcha, mic drop.
Commissioner Michael Shachak saying hundreds of police officers are involved in this search for 40-year-old Robert Card. He is the person of interest. He is the person that police are looking for.
Yeah, and
they shut his Facebook page down already, Paladin, a long time ago.
We have a lot of healthcare professionals respond. Jack Molmid has been outside Central Maine Medical Center throughout the evening. And earlier, Jack, there were a number of family members or friends outside of the hospital there kind of waiting for information. They've since announced a staging area for them to go. But are there still folks there?
Hey, Zach and Amanda. There's barely anybody really trickling in and out here at the Central Maine Medical Center, right where we've been for the last 2 hours or so. But like you said earlier, about 2 hours ago, there were dozens of family members, parents, people lining up to give their information to people working here at the hospital.
That is probably absolutely true, Paladin.
Or hurt or injured or died in any of these shootings. We spoke with people who were just confused and frustrated over what was happening here too. But over the past 2 hours, it's really just been a slow trickle of people in and out of here. Obviously people
Jesus, that is so.
by the
Oh my God!
Either they have a loved one who was being treated here.
I pray to God there's no reports of any children involved in this.
Who passed away. Again,
I pray to God.
Killed here in Lewiston this evening. 22 people in Lewiston, and like we've been saying, it's not just a Lewiston event that's happened. This is a Maine issue. This is a nationwide issue, that a tragedy that we've seen here. 22 lives taken, and there's been armed guards, armed law enforcement members here as well, most of the time, keeping watch. We were actually on the main street here, and had those armed guards tell us to get down to the rampway here, so that we could stay away of the main road while they continue to search for that suspect that we've been talking about for so long. And if we could pan a little bit to my left here, we could see that's where the main entrance is of the center. And I don't know where the camera is right now, but you could, if you look carefully, you can see some of those armed guards walking around, kind of making sure that people who have family, who have been
About 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Lisa.
Go ahead. 21.
They saw the vehicle parked at a boat ramp at some point too. So I know, Jaylit. I know. No, Gene, he's still not in custody.
They told us that this is an active scene, and they're currently looking for that right now. And so as we stand here, there still is that active shelter-in-place order that is happening, not only in Lewiston, but in Lisbon as well, as Commissioner Sawchuk said in his press conference. But as we stand here, just know that there is that shelter-in-place going on. So do not leave your house. Lock your doors. Try not to leave your house at all. And as we've been saying all night, there is going to be a relocation area. I believe that's in Auburn. I believe you guys could talk a little bit more about that. But for now, we're standing here at the Central Maine Medical Center.
It's very possible, Brian.
Hospital, to where this awfully deadly shooting took place, where 22 people were killed here in Lewiston this evening. But for now, we're reporting live here in Lewiston.
Jack Mumwood, live for us again in Lewiston tonight, multiple times with the updates. We appreciate that, Jack. And as we cross into a new day now, Thursday morning, thanks for staying with us.
Yeah, and we heard Jack reference the Commissioner Mike Sawchuk from State Police, who just spoke recently. Our Alex Haskell is standing by there live and just heard what the Commissioner had to say. Alex, you can bring us up to date.
Hi, guys. Yeah, well, just want to let you know right now we are in Auburn. We are at the middle school.
I want to give you gotcha, crime solver.
It is 38 Falcon Drive, and we heard the commissioner talk about this location. This is where they have set up a reunification center. This is where anyone can come if you have questions, if you have concerns, if you can't find a loved one, or believed if a loved one, if a friend, family member was involved in tonight's shooting, yesterday's shooting. This is the place to come. They have counselors on hand, and it is secure here. We was driving up the driveway here, and police stopped us, shined a flashlight in our car. So this is a safe place to be right now if you have concerns, if you have questions. And this news is just coming out as of a few minutes ago. So we're slowly seeing people arrive here on scene, either bringing their questions or their concerns. And we also want to mention, as I'm sure you have been hearing tonight, Lewiston isn't the only place to, stay inside, be safe. Also Lisbon, both stay inside in those locations. And again, this location in Auburn is safe with the police officers here. Now, I want to toss to some sound that we heard from the commissioner, just talking about, all the police that have been involved in this effort to keep everyone safe and find the suspect.
We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately see prosecution.
There's stuff coming across the scanner. It was hard to hear, but.
And again, some of those police officers here tonight. I will give you that address again, 38 Falcon Drive, Auburn Middle School. This is a reunification center. If you have questions, concerns, looking for a loved one, this is the place to be. Brian and Lee, I'll toss things back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you very much. And Alex, standing by what he, probably described as that reunification center. And for the woman that Jack spoke with and that we just saw, this kind of streamlines the process, if you will, to get the information to the people who are missing their loved ones, don't know if they're okay, have questions about getting status updates on them, and instead of trying to find all of the people, picking a central location, getting them there, and then there's one place for everybody to get the information that they need and they so desperately obviously deserve.
And certainly you would imagine also helps the law enforcement.
You're all right, Michael.
Getting the names of the people who need to be contacted and coordinated and all of that. We're talking about a lot of people tonight.
That's what I was saying, Bobby. I absolutely agree. And that's what I'm worried for.
The briefing that we were so anxiously waiting for a while from the commission.
Officers were lured to respond.
Needing some information to hold on to.
And at the same time, as a Mainer, as somebody watching, I wanted to hear.
Thank you, Nicola.
Right, because I wanted to not think it might be more. Right. To hear something more definite, clearly understanding why the commissioner can't do that. So many things going on. First and foremost, they still don't have Robert Card. He's the suspect. He's the person of interest. Choosing words carefully there. He's the person of interest. There he is, 40 years old, born April 4th, 1983. He is the one that the police are looking for, and they still do not have him. We're at 12:06 and a half here on Thursday morning, and we still have not found this man, which is why the shelter in place is in place in so many places to keep everybody safe. This started in Lewiston.
Welcome, Deb. Have a wonderful night, Crime Solver. Thank you for joining me tonight.
And we're still
joining us tonight
for him. They thought they maybe they found his car anyway in Lisbon at the boat launch on Frost Hill Road in Lisbon. The car was found, but he was not with the car. So. And it's been relatively quiet, if you will, the chatter about where they're seemingly looking for him next. So that's obviously a point of concern because right now they don't have him.
They believe he may have a scanner. I think that's why the scanner has been kind of quiet.
In those kind of initial first few hours after we learned about
once they caught on to that, I think is when they cut traffic down.
There was that feeling.
They probably went to a private channel or they're using cell phones now.
At least I think a breath of calm now that we're not hearing as much as that. To your point, we've seen these focused areas like where Hannah Kumler is near that boat launch, and as you had mentioned earlier, we were on the air a couple hours ago that all of Androscoggin County is in essentially this shelter in place. Lisbon was specifically identified, as we learned, because that is where they found the vehicle that they believed he was.
They only showed him, Lisa, but at some point they talked about a possible second suspect in a brown Ford F-150 pickup truck.
Out of an abundance of caution, also on lockdown. If you're not a nurse.
That was circling Cumberland something with its hazards on. So I don't know. So that would be the guy.
Necessarily answer that question either, simply saying that this person on your screen right now is their person of interest. These are the photos police
yes, he is. Nothing half-assed. Cumberland Farms. Thank you, Jessica.
Spare time recreation, which is in Lewiston off Molson Way.
Miss Lily, you too, my dear. Hope to see you tomorrow. Have a great night. Get some sleep, dear.
Face pretty clearly there, and then also sharing this would be the vehicle.
Welcome, Ashley. Good to see you, dear.
We have to believe is the vehicle they found in Lisbon, because that's the one they told us they were looking for, that Subaru.
as we sit here at 12:09, the aftermath.
I know. If you can only handle my voice for so long, Miss Mandy, I know you. I know.
Certainly in Androscoggin County, a lot of schools, whether they were directly affected or not, just out of respect, I guess, and safety.
Welcome, Dana. Yes, it is so very sad.
Even outside of
Very sad. Thank you for tuning in with us tonight.
Tomorrow that's already been announced. And I know there's other schools as far away as South
Thank you,
Portland,
Michigan.
They're keeping an eye on it, and they haven't decided yet if they're going to be open tomorrow. So a lot, I think, will certainly depend on, if and what might be, if he migrates to a different part of the state, then obviously that part of the state would be on high alert. So there's just a lot of unknowns, unfortunately.
It says he's 40 years old. He could just look young for his age, I guess.
We're being very careful to tell you what we actually know.
Well, thank you very much, Nicola. I appreciate that. I know the one here is at 1. I don't have the early morning hearing. I'd have to look it up. I don't have it on the top of my head right now. I'm sorry.
Very careful. Everybody's interested in what's going on here.
Thank you, Mary. I appreciate you.
It all comes from a place of love.
Oh, no worries, Ashley. No worries at all, dear.
Misspread information is not correct, but be very careful with what you think you've seen or heard or know.
Pretty much, Mandy. I mean, it's just anymore nowadays. It's that sad, ridiculous.
And keeping everybody as calm as possible in this very chaotic situation, tragic situation. The news is not good. There's nothing good to talk about here. And it's just, we need to keep as many people safe as we can, and we need to find Robert Card as soon as possible.
Another note on the school closings, and as you said, as those will likely increase as the morning wanes on here.
Thank you, Shane. Thank you for joining us.
Diligently right now to compile all of the information. We are
another Aussie in the house. That's so very awesome. I appreciate you, Shane, very much. Absolutely, Vicky. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you too. Very much, my dear. Hope to see you all tomorrow. I will be live all day tomorrow from about noon on to cover both of these hearings as best we can. A.R. Hayes will be going live from Idaho. He'll be live in Idaho, and we will have him live on panel with us from Idaho during these hearings. So join us for that, folks. You should see me starting around noon Eastern time, 12 noon Eastern time, and from then on out, the rest of the day probably, just to keep things all together, folks. So please, if you have nothing to do, please join us tomorrow. Any of you that are jumping out right now, I appreciate you so very much. I'm not going anywhere, but I'm just giving you guys a heads up.
Keep you safe, and hopefully in turn help the police find Robert Card.
On the note of changing information and impacts to what would have been normal life tomorrow, St. Mary's Health System saying all elective procedures and surgeries scheduled for the morning have now been canceled. All their practices are closed, and they will be reaching out if you had something scheduled to reschedule that. So again, an emphasis on their resources and their energy needs to be on these things.
Exactly, Cammie. There's absolutely no reason for that.
And Commissioner Soschuk touched on it as well. We keep showing you pictures of Robert Card, the person of interest here. We've been, these are from surveillance cameras that they're in the area.
I agree. The hearing won't be. I don't believe it'll be. The indictment will not be dismissed, in my opinion.
So we're showing you these pictures so you can be aware. But the commissioner was very clear. We're not looking for anybody to go find him.
David Clayton, it's good to see you here, brother. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. I appreciate you tuning in, my friend, and I will see you tomorrow as well, my friend.
You do come across him or see something, or even the commissioner was very clear, if you see something that might be, you don't have to be definite about it. If you think might be, then you would share that. And
absolutely, S. Smith.
Help close the gap here on where he is and how to find him. But again, do not approach. He is considered, in the commissioner's words, to be armed and dangerous. And stay away if you do see him, but certainly pass it along to somebody who might be able to help.
Our Chris Costa has also been very busy with us in the newsroom tonight. He just spoke with a professor from Bates College, which obviously is located in that community of Lewiston, who specializes in mass shootings and studying them. So we want to hear part of that conversation.
Exactly, Pamela.
Sorry, I was wanting to ask as a human being. That's just, yeah. Are you, so do you want to tell me, were you on campus when any of these events happened?
No, I was off campus when I heard about the first reports that there was an active shooter in the Lewiston area, and have been just monitoring the situation since.
How are you feeling right now?
I am feeling all of the things that people feel when their community has been attacked. I am somewhat in shock.
What kind of a question is that?
We've been saying that these things can happen anywhere, and they often happen in smaller communities.
He definitely looks different,
And
Lisa.
Maine
It could just be
lucky
time.
for the most part to not have an attack like this. Of course, this is an attack of us on a scale that is shocking by any measure. But also concern,
I agree, Mary. He will be live with us tomorrow from Idaho.
My friends who work at Bates and in the community, and hoping that they are staying safe and that they are getting what they need. And again, this is unfolding right now. We don't know who the victims are, and so just kind of holding my breath at this point.
Professor, you find yourself in a very probably unique position where a large portion, the majority of your career has been dedicated to researching these exact types of incidents. What are you kind of coming to terms with now in your head, given all of the research you've done about mass shootings and one happening right in your own backyard?
Yeah, I mean, there's
Something's
a
not
lot
right
that
with
goes
this
through your
reporter,
head.
dude. I'm not a fan.
Obviously, most people who are following the story have seen the pictures of the suspect with the weapon, and people will draw conclusions about the type of weapon without it being confirmed yet. So I don't want to comment on what type of weapon it was, but it certainly
Absolutely,
like,
Pamela. I absolutely understand that, my dear.
Can do a lot of damage. And we've done research on the types of guns that wind up causing the most casualties in these types of events. We know that there are certain types
Welcome,
of
Beth.
laws
It's good to see you tonight, dear.
necessarily
Thank you for joining us
freedom,
tonight,
but
hon.
also can be helpful in preventing these types of attacks. And so the first,
Absolutely, hon. Neither can I.
reaction, I think, is frustration. Really, frustration that we've been talking about this. We've been trying to put out information about what we know.
I mean, it's too obvious, Brian. It's way too
Every
obvious.
day about
Sorry, guys. I don't mean to be critical, but
how these attacks happen and what type of
something's up with
policies
him.
are seemingly effective, and it does not seem as if there's any traction to get anything done. The two opposing factions arguing past one another, and we find ourselves in a position where now we're attacked at our own home, and that feels personal, and so there's frustration, there's sadness, a little bit of anger as well.
All right, so we've heard from a lot of different organizations and school districts and places that are going to be providing support for people already outside of Androscoggin County.
He's either new or they just threw him in because they needed somebody extra. Because he's
7 o'clock tonight. Kids are awake.
He's off.
Kids are
He's way
still,
off.
and they're watching and they're worried and they don't know. And it's stuff that we talked about earlier that they've practiced just in case. And the just in case is
Matthew Lawrence. That's what he looks like, crime solver.
And when they're directly
Mary says Dago AR shares a perspective and a bit insight we would never think about. I will definitely be here with you tomorrow. I will be here a long while later tonight too. Thank you so much, Mary. I appreciate you so very much. As will AR. And
Sam is live in Lisbon. We're gonna go check in with him. Hey, Sam.
If there's something crazy, just be like, turn on.
Hey, Lee and Brian, apologies. We're just doing a quick little reset as Hannah Kumler and I have been on scene here by Lisbon High School for about an hour or so. Just want to get everyone up to speed with what we are seeing here. As you can see, cars are still traveling through Lisbon Street. Ridge Street was just reopened about a few minutes ago. We've been able to see police letting cars go this way off my left shoulder. Again, Lisbon Street here in Lisbon Falls going towards Lisbon Center has been closed off. You can see an officer off my right shoulder has been turning drivers away. Again, since we've been here, keeping this area contained. I don't think you're able to hear it on my microphone, but again, a chopper and helicopter has been circling the Androscoggin River looking for something, whether it's that person of interest. We did get here with the plan of going to a boat launch down Frost Hill Avenue. That's about half a mile, maybe closer to a mile in our
Oops, sorry guys. I was completely muted for all that. It was a complete accident. It's all good.
That way.
Zelda accidentally bumped it and it went and hit her. So it's all good. No problems, no issues, no worries. Nobody's nothing. Thank you, Shane. And Austin, good to see you. Aloha to you.
Just trying to find anything related to this investigation. And we saw, as we got
excuse me, guys, I'll be right back.
It seemed like almost every mile or two, a cruiser pulled off the side of the road near an exit, near a turnaround, with the spotlight facing onto the roadway, trying to find any vehicle that matched any description of that person of interest. Now, a few minutes ago, or longer than that, it seems, when the public safety commissioner was addressing the people of Maine, he said that this area where we are in has just been ordered as a shelter in place. And you know, it's well after midnight at this point. Lisbon Falls, not exactly that busy, but we have seen a slight decrease in activity. Brian and Lee, we'll check back in with you in a few minutes.
All right, Sam.
Sam, thank you. We also want to go right now live to Jason Levesque, the mayor of Auburn, speaking with our crew there right now.
There's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight, was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And and I want them to be able to go home and hold their families and go to sleep and wake up and cope with it tomorrow.
By bus?
Say again?
Who is it that's arriving by bus?
So what we did is we took the witnesses of the two locations. We actually brought them to a holding area so we can interview them, clear them, and then we wanted to bring them all over here so they can have what we call a reunification process with their loved ones, which is the proper way to do it. We wanted to make sure that evidence could be gathered and the proper protocol could be followed.
Can you talk to us about the different ages of the witnesses? Were there kids that witnessed it?
Yes. It's all ages. It was all ages. I just talked to some teenagers, and it was all ages.
And what can you say about the law enforcement officers working this very serious situation?
It's unbelievable. It's literally unbelievable. We have our entire force out here right now for the city of Auburn, plus Lewiston, county, state. Everybody is here. That's one thing about Maine. And if you're not from Maine, you won't understand it. But when someone's in need, everybody comes, and everybody has come to this. I've got Poland Volunteer Rescue in the back helping people in case they need it. I mean, this is an all hands on deck situation. You can train for this, but you can never be completely prepared. But I've been talking to a lot of our officers tonight, and we all should be proud of them.
And that support from just beyond the region, beyond Maine, really.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten a lot of phone calls from around the country, text messages out from folks, and everybody knows about this. Obviously, it made national news. But at this point, we're going to really focus inside of our community. We're going to heal our community. We're going to persevere. We're going to get through this. And it's no time not to. So it will take a while. Something like this doesn't just get solved overnight, and nobody can expect it to. But we got a really strong community. We've overcome a lot, and we'll overcome this.
Jason, what's the scene like in there right now?
There?
Yeah.
Relief. It's really relief. If you think about it, I mean, this is a happier place right now in the entire area. This is a reunification center where people, witnesses saw traumatic events are coming together with their family and loved ones who were worried to death about them, and they're coming together. So it is happy. But on the flip side of the happiness, what you're seeing the turmoil and the trauma that they're going through, especially the witnesses. And that, unless you've been there, you can't really understand. You can't really describe, frankly, other than you can feel empathy for them. And that's what we're going to try to do here.
Where were the witnesses between the events and now?
They're at an undisclosed location, centralized, safe location. We brought them there, and obviously police did too as we're clearing the scene. It's going to be a long process to clear the scenes. But then, we brought them once everything was settled. We can bring them back here safely, and obviously all the statements were taken and so forth. That needs to happen. So, I mean, investigation is investigation, and that's a paramount importance at this time.
Mayor, forgive me for asking. In other mass shooting incidents in other parts of the country,
not as far as I know. Shane, he's still on the run.
Comes to the tragic realization that their relative didn't make it.
Yes.
Have any of those interactions taken place here tonight?
Yes. I'll just leave it at that.
What sort of a process have the hospital workers been working to connect more and more people to?
I haven't talked with the hospital directors or emergency room staff. They're extremely
No problem, Zelda.
respect that. They are working with known victims right now, whether it be casualties or fatalities, and they're going to work through that process, the appropriate guidance, mental health support networks that we have. We actually have trained professionals here from the state police as well as local churches that are trained in crisis response that are actually helping people through this.
How long can we expect the center to be open?
Until it's done. Anything else? Okay. No.
Thanks very much.
All right, that's the mayor of Auburn, Jason Levesque, standing by at the Reunification Center, which is at Auburn Middle School. As the mayor talked about, some of those reunifications, good, family members not knowing where their loved ones were, getting to see them. And the mayor also really open and honest about the fact that not every one of those situations ended well. And sometimes people went there hoping for good news and they didn't get it. So it's just a tragic situation that the mayor of Auburn was just speaking about.
We want to bring in Greg Marley from NAMI, Maine. Thank you, first of all, for coming to our studio in the middle of the night.
That was the mayor, Polly.
Everything that's been going on.
Not nearly enough, but trying to catch up as everyone is in this shocking news.
We all are.
Yeah.
At this point, we are, as Lee said, 5 or so hours into this at this point. This is raw. This is fresh. There are people who are just discovering what has happened here. What is step one for walking into this day?
Step one.
No worries, Pamela.
You're in a place that's safe and your family's safe. Reassure yourself, breathe, kind of get your emotions under control so you can support your family, support your children. If you're one of the people that has those questions, is my family safe? Are my friends safe? Try and breathe and know what you can get answered tonight. You're going to be frantic, but this is going to be a long, long process.
Give me another indictment, because there was no preliminary hearing at all. Nothing happened.
This is a time to be with people who love you, to hold each other close.
Greg, we talked about this a little bit. There's never a good time for something like this to happen, but it happened at about 7 o'clock. Not a lot of kids had gone to bed yet. A lot of kids are, through no fault of their own, they're surrounded by all this news, and their families and their parents or siblings reacting to this news. So a lot of parents are still awake watching, and maybe a lot of kids as well that have a million questions. This is the stuff they've practiced for just in case.
I know, Sherry. I feel the same way, hon.
How do you handle this?
After hearing what the mayor said, that there were people of all ages, I'm sick to my stomach now. I'm scared to death.
They're in Androscoggin County, or they're in Cumberland or Aroostook County.
Yes. I think the big piece is, if you're a parent, if you've got the news, try not to get that news repeated every 5 minutes so you're not re-triggering your children. So let them know, then speak simply and directly about what happened. Reassure them that they're safe, that your family's safe, and then slowly allow them to ask questions.
I love you, Mandy. That's all I can say.
Don't know yet, and be okay saying we don't know yet, and we may not know until tomorrow, so that they can begin to settle into a routine and maybe get some sleep tonight, and maybe you can get some sleep tonight as well, Mom, Dad. Yeah.
Yes, because we will all need it. Yes, to process the rest. A few minutes
ago, no idea, Mandy Joe.
With, a professor who studies mass shootings and kind of the data that we've learned over the years from those. His words were, "There's a frustration tonight for certainly people in his world that study that data." My word is, I feel like our state was violated tonight because there is such a feeling of it hasn't happened here. We haven't had to deal with this. Yeah. How do we square that reality from it's always been somewhere else? Now this is my neighborhood.
Well, I think in a lot of situations,
they've already closed schools for tomorrow, Lisa.
We see the headlines from across the country, and Maine has been insulated.
No, Mary, he did not ever have a bail. There was no bail set.
That reality that this is the state where
that's a good point, Brian.
A mass shooting, and it's going to retool our whole perception for a while.
I do a follow-up question to our students and our children. You and I have had conversations in the past, actually about a year ago, of a hoax situation. And part of that conversation was, gauge your child, maybe allow them to lead the conversation if they're showing interest. Is this different though? Because it's here. Should you as a parent be initiating the conversation?
I think you need to let your children know in a really basic language what happened.
Between Lewiston and Auburn,
so
Maine,
they're
Beth.
not hearing it from someone else, without outside of your control. Choose a time. Get them settled. If you can wait and do it tomorrow morning and after they've gotten sleep, definitely do that. But then be ready for questions. Be ready for their questions. Depending upon their age, younger kids are going to want to know: are we safe? Am I safe? Is my pet safe? Is my family safe? And reassure that, and then ask questions about, because one of the things they're going to want to know: why would anyone do this? And that's one of those things we can't really explain, other than someone was really, really ill.
Who the hell is this guy? That's a good question.
And to reassure them that this is not something that happens often. And again, they're safe.
So in all fairness, we are talking about this in this conversation as something that happened. This is something that is still happening. They don't have the man yet that they're looking for. There are still people that are sheltered in place. They can't go out of their house. They're sitting here at 12:30 at night, and they're wondering, what am I supposed to be doing right now? I mean, they're worried for their current state of safety, not just the stuff that's already happened. And that's a tough place to sit in, this uneasiness and this unknown. I think knowns in general are easier to deal with than unknowns. And right now we have a big unknown. We don't know where Robert Card is.
We don't know where that perpetrator is, and keep your family safe, keep them in the house, close your windows and your curtains, and then reassure. Settle down with warm milk and for your children to help them relax. Low conversations. Keep yourself centered. If you're in the Lewiston, Auburn area where it's more immediate, again, shelter in place. Don't be alone. Know who you're talking with. Reach out to your friends and family to know they're safe, just to reassure you and your family. And hold your loved ones close tonight and reassure them.
A final question. I'm sure we will see much more of you over the next day, but at least for this moment.
Everybody, I want you to go get your warm milk. What in the hell?
How do I find some good right now?
Right now, you need first is to accept what happened, get through the shock, and then look around you. Look around your home. Look at what's concrete. Breathe into this. Note what's around you that's safe and known. Pull out that book that your child has always loved to read, that movie that settles them down. Active steps to settle our limbic system that's so aroused right now. That's going to be really important. Reassure that we have gone a long time without this type of crime in the state of Maine. And it's really unusual. We live in a state that most of the time is really safe. It doesn't feel safe tonight, and it's not safe for a lot of people. But we're going to get back to that.
I think I now understand what's wrong with Stephen King.
To support that sense of safety around us. If you're a parent, also monitor how escalated you get, how fearful you are, and so you don't overwhelm your children with that.
Don't push those necessarily onto them. Greg Marley from Maine, Maine, we appreciate it for joining us, and I'm sure we will have many more conversations. Thank you.
I'm afraid so.
All right, we want to update you guys on this. This is important and maybe speaks directly to why Commissioner of the Maine State Police, Michael Sawchuk, would not give a solid, firm number on how many people have been killed, because that is a question everybody wants to know. It's an important number. He was hesitant to answer that. So we have been telling you, and you see at the bottom of your screen, NBC has been reporting that 22 people have been killed. That number has been adjusted.
Jen, I love Stephen King too, but there's obviously something not right with him, and this guy explains it.
20 people. As many as 50 injured. Not all, though, from gunshots. Some injured while they were just trying to escape wherever they were at the time. So not direct results of gunfire, but certainly of the situation. So, so to the commissioner's point, this is a fluid situation. It's ongoing gathering of information. And
it's about 5 hours, almost 6 hours old on MK.
We wanted you to know that. We're learning it is now seemingly somewhere between 15 and 20. Literally,
they don't listen to us, Fupa. You know
really
that.
what the last 5 hours have been of getting information coming in, doing our best to confirm it, and who is.
Thank you for joining us, hon.
And getting that information to you, and that's what we will continue to do. And I think we are doing our best to be as transparent with you about what we know and what we don't know.
Welcome,
When you asked
Josie.
the question about what is good, right? What is good? And I was listening to Mayor Levesque from Auburn talk about not just everybody in Lewiston. They're going to show up. It's their community, and then Auburn shows up, and then Poland shows up, and then Sanford shows up. And the state shows up, and everybody. What do you need? We'll be here.
We'll be there.
And this is what we do. We would love to not have to do it on a night like this. But as I mentioned, a few hours ago, whether it was the ice storm or 98 or other tragedies that our state has gone through in different relative, factors, our state will do this too.
We had each other's back.
Our state will do this too. So there will be the support for the people as we find out what people need. There will be plenty of people to offer it to those people. So there is some solace in that. There is still no solace until we get official word at some point that Robert Card, the man of interest that they're looking for, has been found, and he hasn't been yet. So we did hear from Commissioner Sawchuk of the Maine State Police a little bit earlier, and here's some of what he had to say.
And this is a general caution to the public that approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach him or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains.
I hope you didn't accept.
A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well.
So again, the Commissioner of Public Safety speaking a short time ago. He was at Lewiston City Hall, which was a meeting point.
We don't need a carry conceal here in Ohio. We can carry open freely without anything, so we do.
Again, the big
very much so.
Takeaway from that was the reunification center at Auburn Middle School across the river, which is where
very, very much so.
A short time ago. That is a point to go. If you think you had a family or friend there and you need that point of communication to be unified.
Thank you for joining me. Latina in the house. Thank you for joining us tonight, my dear.
Where that unification center is happening right now.
This is such an important piece of the puzzle here, Brian. There are so many people.
I know it's horrible, Draw. I hope she's safe.
How are they?
Prayers that she's safe.
Somebody's running out of there.
Thank you for joining us tonight.
So this is such a necessary part of this process for people to get the answers they're so desperately in search of. So again, it's at the Auburn Middle School. If you don't already know this and you needed to know, you're looking for this information. If you go to the Auburn Middle School, that's where you can get whatever questions are answerable, whatever they can tell you. That is the place to go to find out a very important piece of everybody's night here, with direct connections to what has happened.
That was good,
Beth. Tragic night for the state of Maine.
And the mayor was asked, how long will you stay open as a reunification center? And he said, as long as needed. This is what our job is there now. And that was his focus. Lee and I were talking when we were on with you a few hours ago. With a number like this of, the readjusted number from NBC is 15 to 20, possibly 50 people injured. Most of us are going to know someone who was there or connected somehow to someone. And we recognize that, and we know how difficult that is. We learned tonight.
Welcome, Riley.
The Maine family lost a family member tonight. So this is going to touch a lot of families, and we're aware of that. So we are being cautious with the information coming in.
Yeah, and it makes it, this job is hard enough. We talk about the news every day, and we're talking about generally sometimes, places that aren't here or that aren't in Maine or they're not directly connected to us. And this one,
That's awesome to hear, Draw. I'm so grateful to hear that.
Would never happen here. And we have been blessed.
God bless all of them.
Being able to say that, and now we can no longer say that. And it's just.
And again, thank you for tuning in with us tonight, Draw.
For living, and there are enough words to properly put this in perspective of just how awful this night is going to go down in history, and the next days and months and years, and all the healing that's going to have to happen for all of us, directly or indirectly affected. Jack Mulmud's been on the scene since pretty much this whole thing started about 5-6 hours ago, and he's going to join us now live. Hey, Jack.
Hey, Lee. Yeah, that's right. It's been extremely long, frustrating, terrifying 5 to 6 hours for many of the families who have been here at the Central Maine Medical Center. That's where we've been for the last few hours here. When we got here, it was the scene with dozens upon dozens of family members waiting in line, waiting to see if their family member survived or not after getting a call that their family member may have been a victim in that shooting. So they made their way here to give the name of their loved one who may have been involved in that shooting that we've been talking about for so long here, that tragic shooting that NBC is reporting took the lives of 15 to 20 people and ultimately injured around 50 people. And we saw people line up at Central Maine Medical Center here to give the names of their loved ones. Many of them stuck around to listen to it. Others kind of just went about their evening to really just kind of digest what happened here. I think a lot of us here in Maine and in the state, even in this region, are just...
No, he's still on the run, MK.
What happened here. But if you want to take a look now at the front of the hospital here, if you look to my left here, you could see that front entrance to the main Central Maine Hospital. Since all those people entered the names of their loved ones, many of them have left, but armed security guards, armed reserve patrol, Maine State police officers have been there, making sure people can enter, come and go as they please. Obviously, the people who are walking through, many of them family members of those who may have lost their lives or may have been injured in this shooting that with the suspect still at large. A little bit of info about that suspect.
Yes, Draw, absolutely, I agree.
Hearing that, his name is Robert Card.
I think he's still running, or he unalived himself, possibly.
Trained as a firearms instructor, trained by the military, who's recently committed to a mental health facility, according to a state police bulletin. The police intelligence bulletin, the Associated Press says, was sent around to different law enforcement officials on Wednesday night after that shooting that we've been talking about here that claimed the lives, as NBC reports, from about 15 to 20 different people. Now, at the end of the day, where we've been...
I would go with you, Beth.
We've just been hearing just horrific stories of people who are just trying to understand the severe loss that's happened here today, including one woman. Her name is Julie. We spoke to her. She moved to Lewiston here when she was 17 or 18 years old. She found out her son was shot at the Schmeggy's bar here in Lewiston earlier. And so she got the call. She rushed over to the hospital. She really doesn't know the status of him at this time. She's still left without any answer.
That's a good question. Where is the next closest trauma center?
My ex-husband and my son were playing pool, and next thing I know, I saw on Facebook that there was a shooting at Schmeggy's where they were playing, and then nobody would tell us anything. Just go to CMMC. His wife, his son, my ex-husband are here. Friends are here. We're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
They told us that this is an active scene, and they're currently looking into that. And so you can really see the frustration there on Julie's part, and she's not alone. Many of the family members just waiting now to see if their loved one has made it or not after this horrific tragedy that took place here in Lewiston, not only shaking up Lewiston, but the state and the region as well. National headlines pouring through about what's happened here. Now, as I speak, there is an ongoing lockdown to track down this active situation, the active shooter situation of them trying to track down that suspect, person of interest, they're saying, who is Robert Card, age 40 years old. They're saying he's still on the loose. They're still trying to track him down. So there is a shelter in place here in Lewiston, as well as Lisbon. The law enforcement advises that people in those areas stay inside, lock your doors, don't go outside, don't travel for any unnecessary reasons, and just be on the lookout. But for now, we're here at the Central Maine Medical
Center.
In Lewiston, he went directly to Spare Time Recreation, the bowling alley, where the shooting happened, and was met by law enforcement with guns, and they told him to go away. And we've seen some viewer video that we received of people running out of that bowling alley tonight after the gunshots there. And Jack then moved to the hospital where he has seen so many people.
Sure. Yeah, and those images that you see, and you saw about the people running away, and we want to be clear on the 50 people.
Thank you, Draw.
That have reportedly, according to NBC, been injured in this. Not all of them direct results of gunshots. A lot of them possibly from trying to get out of the situations they were in, because you hear gunshots, you run, and a lot of people possibly injured that way as well. But 50
getting away,
people injured. We saw a video of all the people scattering in a hurry. So there will be. We talked about some. Bus transportation to Lewiston tomorrow. So Lewiston is announced that there will be no public bus tomorrow. Parts are with the city of Lewiston tonight.
Yeah, we heard from Representative Adam Lee in Auburn tonight saying a similar thing. So he's right in that community, saying, he and his family are sheltered in place, they're safe, and encouraging others, as we've heard so much tonight, to hug your loved ones and be thankful for what you have tonight, and thankful for our law enforcement and our hospital staff, who we know are working diligently to save lives, likely right now, from what happened tonight. So again, there's a lot of
yes, sadly we heard that, Draw, and the mayor said there were people of all ages. I'm sick to my stomach because of that.
At this hour, and likely the cause of why we're seeing so many things being canceled tomorrow is because Robert Card is on loose, and there's still an ongoing hunt, at least in Lewiston, Auburn, and Lisbon as well, we know, and likely further than that for him at this hour. So his photo's on your screen, and that's kind of the big message at this hour of this person is still out there.
Yep, and there was a large police presence. We showed you earlier, Hannah Cumler, Sam Rogers were in Lisbon at a boat launch on Frost Hill Road. The car that Robert Card was reportedly traveling in was a white Subaru. They did find the car. He was not with the car. So the search continues. And that chatter, if you will, of surrounding areas and where they might be headed next, and that has been fairly quiet. So the search is obviously still on. If you do see him, to echo the words of Commissioner Soschuk, do not approach. Mr. Carter is deemed to be armed and dangerous as right now specifically called a person of interest. They were very deliberate with the words there.
They were.
And so they do not approach him. You're not asked to do that. If you see something, even if you see somebody who might be that person, to please reach out to law enforcement, and certainly better to be safe than sorry. And then the commissioner also talking about the reunification center that's happening at the Auburn Middle School, which is such an important piece of this puzzle for so many people that have so many questions that are looking for answers.
Together. And that's the big thing, is trying to get answers for so many families at this point. Alex Haskell has relocated tonight to the reunification center at Auburn Middle School, joining us now live with what's going on there. Hi, Alex.
Hi, Brian and Lee. We've really seen things pick up here at the Auburn Middle School. A lot of families getting help, and news, good and bad. We chatted with the mayor of Auburn here not too long ago. I think many of you probably saw that interview. Just wanted to share some of the things that he said to us.
It could be that it was just such a small town, the largest populated place.
The youngest being teenagers. And he said, a lot of people have been able to get help here, but also receive some, the most terrible news possible in all of this. Some people were here when they found out that they lost loved ones in this. And I've been chatting with people as they come out of this center. I just chatted with Lind, who came here looking for her husband, and she just walked out and found him. So some good news here tonight in Auburn. I just want to make sure, going through my notes, making sure I'm not missing anything that we can share with you. Obviously, we've been talking about how this center, or this middle school, is a reunification center. This is the place to come if you are looking for a loved one, if you have questions, if you have concerns. This is the place to be, and it is safe. We see many police officers here. They're walking with folks to and from the building. They're checking cars as they come in. So a very safe place to be.
Nope, That's a fact, man.
We'll keep an eye out here as folks continue to get help. We have mentioned.
No. That's just what Brian's guessing, Daisy. It's not fact yet.
Back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you. And I just, I can't imagine what Alex is seeing. Yeah, like that's hard, obviously, for the people who are going there to get their questions answered, for the people who have to answer those questions, and then to watch that and to see either the elation of the reunification.
Yes, draw. That's what the vehicle is.
It's just brutal.
Yeah, and I think we saw it on the mayor's face. We heard from Mayor Levesque a few minutes ago and was asked, our
saying that the gentleman was ex-military, PTSD. He trained at West Point as well as a shooting instructor. So he definitely had the experience, folks.
Yeah, the news is bad all the way around. We're not going anywhere, so we're here around the clock, and we're going to get this thing hopefully resolved sooner than later.
I don't figure. I know, Daisy, no problem, hon. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that was just a speculation. That's all.
Just to look at them one more time. Again, you really shouldn't be out and about, but if you do happen to, be someplace where you see somebody who resembles that, you're asked to certainly contact your local authorities wherever you might be at that time. And again, do not approach as he's considered to be armed and dangerous.
Yes, he did, Mandy Joe. Again, back to the mental health resources or their lack of.
For all of us who are from here or not from here, you don't have to be a Mainer to feel for the loss that our state is feeling tonight.
That we really need to talk about.
The empathy that we have for all the people going through everything they're going through, and everybody in the state is going through this. Some
yes, ma'am,
more severe level than others, but there's nobody that is not affected by this, that doesn't view Maine the way that we view Maine. Being the born and breeders. I think our state is held in a regard that this isn't the kind of a place where this thing wouldn't happen, and that has been kind of our. We've been sure we can practice for it and we can train for it and we can make sure that we're ready just in case, but it's not going to happen.
Yes, sir, Brian.
It's awful. There's no appropriate words to.
What Jess is saying is true. That the Schmeggy's Bar cornhole tournament they had going on, and then apparently a lot of union employees are said to have been there after a meeting. Also, the bar was running a discount of some sort, so a lot of people would be there, and it was definitely planned. Like I said, I'm going to guess that he did this because it was the largest populated place in town. That's my opinion. I'm not saying that's fact. That's just a guess. And being that he had a semi-automatic weapon, he was looking for mass casualties, in my opinion, too. They were talking earlier on in the evening about running. They were watching a brown Ford F-150 that I always mess this name up. That was circling Cumberland Farms, I believe it's called, as a possible second suspect. It had veteran plates on it as well. And they were saying, yes, it was youth night at the bowling alley. They said nobody younger than teenage, but still, those are still children, folks. Lady for Justice, thank you for being here. I just spoke with dispatch in Lewiston because I think I had his brother at the prison I worked at in Florida. I am just going to say that mental health issue is probably very real and not caught yet. That's what we were guessing, Lady for Justice. Thank you for letting us know that, dear. I appreciate that very much. Again, guys, mental health, it's real. Very real. This is why we have to do these shows. We have to have the resources need to be available. And again, Sarge was in here earlier and made a comment that they have to be able to want to reach out to help themselves as well. So it goes both directions, guys. But we definitely have a very big lack of resources for mental health. And it's something that needs a lot of work, folks, a lot. I know, and I promise you, Draw Latina will absolutely agree with me. We've been trying to have this show. You're absolutely right, Draw. The mugshot does not look anything like the guy that was coming in with the gun. that they have. It just, that was completely weird to me. But we're trying to work in conjunction to have this mental health show or more. With everything that's happened recently, I just haven't had the ability nor the time to do it, but we are going to do it because we need to do it, folks. It's something that needs to be looked at and talked about in a bad way. A very bad way. PTSD is very common, but being a vet and the schizophrenia is big. Yeah, very, very possible, Mandy, very possible. It doesn't make sense, Jaylet. It doesn't at all. None at all.
The Walmart distribution center. Can't confuse that with the one in Auburn. This is the one in Lewiston. That's the distribution center. And now, as we were driving out on our way to the Spare Time Recreation Center, we drove past the Central Maine Medical Center, where we saw dozens of people waiting outside, dozens of people, dozens of cars waiting outside, talking amongst themselves, just waiting to get some more information about what happened. And across the street from there, we saw several dozen ambulances there on standby as well. And we do know that this is still very much an active.
These are facts, Brian. We all know. We've been talking about it. I've talked about it with you, with Draw.
And I believe that was
It's a mess. It's a huge mess.
Pulling into the scene right there.
The resources are so lackadaisy.
That's one of the scenes that they are looking at right now, in addition to the Walmart distribution center in Lewiston, and along with that bar called Shemengen. Now, the lockdown means stay inside, do not drive around, lock your doors, and be on the lookout. Now, we do know that there is a staging area shelter where people are.
By the way, folks, there were 3 separate scenes where there were shootings, supposedly, as he's explaining: the bar, the distribution center, and there was one other. It just wasn't one. So, just so you guys know that.
Up who don't have anywhere else to go right now, and I believe we have had Alex at that scene now for a while, but for now we're here live outside across the street from the Spare Time Recreational Center, which is one of the scenes where police tell us
Absolutely, Brian.
there that was not a law enforcement vehicle. It seems that it's pretty much on lockdown right now, with several dozen law enforcement vehicles there. And again, like I said earlier, it's obviously a very tense scene right there, as when we pulled in, they asked us to leave, as that it's an active situation.
All right, Jack Molman, we'll check back in with you in a minute.
Right, and one of our colleagues here at News Center Maine shared with us that there was a personal connection to one of our colleagues here who had a family member at Spare Time this evening.
And they are currently in surgery, from what we're hearing. And again, I think this is something that's going to impact a lot of people. We're hearing a number of people are injured out of this situation. Again, police are not confirming any deaths at this point. They're not giving us a number on
exactly, Draw.
I'm sure they're also still trying to figure all of that out. It's a very, very active situation.
Of course, and they're continuing.
You see, this guy looks completely different from that other picture, in my opinion. I agree.
Seeing a man with a gun walking into that Spare Time recreation facility. If you know him, if you even think that you know him, police do ask that you give them a call. If you see him in public, you should also call police, but do not approach him. Police are still looking for that shooter, and they say even possibly shooters this evening. We're hearing from several people weighing in, including our politicians. Governor Mills weighed in earlier. We just got a statement in from Senator Angus King's office. Do we have that to pull up for you? Here it is. That's Governor Mills' statement saying, "I am aware of and have been briefed on the active
Jaylen.
Lewiston. I urge all people in the area to follow the direction of state and local enforcement." Going on to say, "I will continue to monitor the situation and remain in close contact with public safety officials." Senator King saying he is deeply sad for the city of Lewiston and all those worried about their family, friends, and neighbors. He is receiving regular updates and awaits further information. And will be headed directly home to Maine once the Senate's final vote is held tomorrow afternoon. Given the shelter in place currently underway, he asks all in Androscoggin County to allow first responders to address the threat, stay indoors, and report any suspicious behavior to the local authorities. Again, that's Senator Angus King there sharing that statement tonight.
And of course, the local authorities agreeing with that sentiment. Lewiston police, we're hearing from state police, we're hearing from Androscoggin County, all saying, please stay off the roads, stay where you are, just lock everything up, because they are trying to find this active shooter or shooters.
Yeah, and it sounds like that mission is even more complicated because of just the sheer number of scenes. Right now we have 2 scenes, the Spare Time facility as well as Schmenge's Bar and Grill, but it seems like there could be even more that they're dealing with, that senior living facility, as well as several other places in the Lewiston area tonight. So again,
now they're talking about a nursing home
tonight. Multiple people injured. We still don't know specific numbers. But police are working to share that information as soon as we know more.
And like you said, that does complicate things to have multiple scenes. We heard from Mary Ellen Davis, who was at the Seniors Plus Center, kind of across from Spare Time Recreation there on Mollison Way, and she said that police showed up, told them all to stay inside, but then when they realized that there was another door somewhere else that was unlocked or open, then they made everybody evacuate so that they could clear the building. So obviously it's a complicated situation for
I think they said these situations were 2 miles apart.
A sheer number of law enforcement agencies responding to this.
That we have. And I want to pull up that photo again. I know, again, that this is hard to look at, but this is who police are looking for right now. And it is critical that if you know who this man is entering the Spare Time Recreation facility there with a gun, you contact police. I believe we have an email address for dispatch.
Dispatch at androscoggincountymaine.gov. Again, dispatch at Androscoggin County.
You look at his pant leg, he had extra clips in his pant leg. See his pockets? They're bulging with clips. So he had extra ammunition with him. He knew what he was doing.
We called St. Mary's Hospital, and obviously they were very, very busy. They said we are in an emergency meeting right now.
His name's been released, MK.
There are no specifics to share on the number of casualties. Central Maine Healthcare is coordinating with area hospitals to take in patients.
So again, this is the gunman that police are looking for right now.
Not as of yet, Daisy.
If you stay inside, stay off the roads. If you do know who this is, please contact police. We are continuing to get more and more statements from Maine's political leaders tonight as well. Shelley Pingree, Congresswoman Shelley Pingree, sharing this statement. I am closely monitoring the reports of mass shootings in Lewiston. The unfolding violence is shocking, and I am holding the affected communities in my prayers.
Our Alex Haskell has been at Lewiston City Hall, which is sort of the meeting place for law enforcement, for everyone to sort of group and figure out exactly what's going on. Do we have Alex ready to go, guys? Can we talk to Alex?
It doesn't look like we have him right now, but we could pull up that picture of City Hall. It's likely that this is the kind of situation where, because it's so active and because police worry that reporters will be in danger out in the field, that they ask them to go to city locations. In this case, Lewiston City Hall here, State Police, we are just hearing State Police are expected to make a statement here.
That's a good point, 12. I'd like to know that myself.
We're there right now because that's where that information will be coming from as reporters, obviously from across the state.
He could have been looking to
We also have our Jack Molman,
do suicide by police. Maybe that's why he was wearing nothing tactical, any vest or anything.
Are investigating
multiple things.
You mentioned that it has been still very much an active scene where you are.
That's right, Amanda. Like you said, I'm across the street from Spare Time Recreation. And if you look over my shoulder here, you could see that this is very much still an active scene. As we pulled in there, looking to get some better picture of what's happening, police told us that we need to leave. They said that that was very much an active situation. And like we've been hearing all this time, this location at the bowling alley, the Spare Time Recreation, along with Schmenge's Bar, and then the Walmart distribution center in Lewiston, not to be confused with the Walmart store in Auburn. This is the Walmart distribution warehouse in Lewiston. Those are all areas in which law enforcement are searching. Now, when we were in this parking lot, we did see several dozen law enforcement cars there. And while we were driving up this road here, we did see several dozen people waiting outside the Central Maine Medical Center. There were dozens of people there talking amongst themselves, looking just for more information about what's going on. And then across the street from Central Maine Medical Center, we saw more than a dozen ambulances on standby. And as we've been saying all along, this is still very much an active shooter investigation. Law enforcement has told us repeatedly they're looking at 3 different locations. And as we've been saying all this time, again,
yes, Lisa.
Some more information from law enforcement. If they have any more updates to give us, we're still on standby for that. And they said that this is still very much an active situation. They say that people must stay inside, do not drive, lock your doors, and be on the lookout. There is a staging ground located in the city of Lewiston for people to regroup with one another if they do not have anywhere else to go. And I know that we've taken that shot a few times to see what developments could be there at that point. But what we do know is that we are here across one of the locations where law enforcement is investigating where this active shooter has been, along with the Walmart distribution center.
I get it, dear. I get it.
Along with that bar in Lewiston that's called Schmengen Bar. So this is where we are across the street. Still very much an active situation. You can see there is an officer here standing by to make sure, looking like nobody else can go in there at this moment. And like I said, there are a few dozen law enforcement vehicles within there.
I understand. Nothing happened.
People to stay indoors, to lock their doors, don't go outside, don't drive, be on the lookout.
And Jack, it is admittedly dark there, so it is tough to see. Can you paint that scene for us a little more? You're saying a few dozen police cars, but are there any people milling about aside from police tonight?
We did not see any people there at that moment, but while we were driving in through the main downtown strip off Pine Street, we did see quite the scene with officers. It was looking like as we were pulling in, officers were scattering wherever they could to look for the potential suspected shooter. We even saw them draw guns on somebody. We ended up talking with those people later, and they said that they didn't really have anything to do with this, and police quickly moved on from there. So it's still very much an active situation. We saw police lined up on Pine Street and that area off Pine Street and Lisbon, but they quickly moved out of there. So you could see that the Lewiston police and other law enforcement agencies are scaling the town up and down to look for the suspected shooter as this is still a very active situation at this time. But no, Zach, to answer your question, looks like this place is all on lockdown. It's all law enforcement vehicles, bright lights everywhere. I can't say I've ever seen this many police cars in one area in my life.
Jack Molmed, thank you. And yes, we are hearing that it is very much an active scene. Again, Schmengi's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street, Spare Time Recreation, where our Jack is, that's on Mollison Way. And as Jack mentioned, also now Walmart Distribution Center is an area that they are focusing on. And Lewiston Police have released a photo of the car. We're working to get that up for you so that you can see the car that they are looking for, that they believe this suspect was using. Again, they are asking everyone to stay where you are, lock the doors. Do we have the photo? We have the photo. There we go.
All right, there you can see on your screen. It looks like a white car there, possibly a Subaru. If police say that. At 513-3001, extension 3327. So again, take a look at your screen right now. Police are looking for this white car. I believe it may be a Subaru, that they say the front bumper is painted black. If you look closely at your screen there, you can see it. If you recognize this vehicle, Lewiston Police ask you that you call them 513-3001, extension 3327.
They are also now releasing more photos of the suspect that they are looking for. We do have one photo from surveillance video from Spare Time Recreation. This, I'm not sure, this could also be from Spare Time Recreation, but this is these are photos that police are releasing of who they believe is the shooter.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's possible for us to zoom in at all on this man's face.
Thank you, John.
That first photo, this shows more of that man's face. It appears to be that's in a parking lot of some kind with a crosswalk behind him, but he has a large weapon, and police are still looking for this man. Please please take a look at your screen. If you know who this is, even if you think you might know who this is, please contact police.
Lewiston police are asking that you call them. Yes, if you recognize that man or that what we believe is a Subaru. It's a little hard to tell, but that white kind of SUV with a black painted bumper.
And as you can see, we are literally taking photos from Facebook here as soon as police put them out. So if you don't quite catch it on your screen, feel free to pull out your phone and go to Lewiston Police Department's Facebook page, where they're sharing these photos, not only of this suspected shooter, but also of the car they are looking for as well.
He just had shorter hair in the other picture.
We understand that this is a difficult time. This is a difficult thing to look at happening in our state.
Let me check this email real quick from Draw.
Safety is of the utmost importance. Police.
Thank you very much, Draw. It's 4.2 miles between Schmangy's and Spare Time and then the Walmart Distribution Center. Thank you very much, Draw. Appreciate that. These are the 3 sites, folks.
But we do know from Lewiston Police that a number of people have been injured out of these active scenes. Again, we know Spare Time Recreation on Mollison Way. We know Schmangy's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street, and we know of Walmart Distribution Center in Lewiston.
Right, and you know that area perhaps better than I do. It's a busy area. There's all sorts of different places like that to go. And the bowling alley.
What's up, Popper? Good to see you, sir.
To meet up with friends and enjoy themselves.
And we know, right down the street from there are a couple of restaurants. You've got Legends and Marco's, and you've got Subway, and right across the street there was Seniors Plus, where a number of seniors were meeting. We talked to one woman, Mary Ellen Davis. She spoke to Chris Costa on the phone a little bit earlier tonight, and that was very much an active situation while he was on the phone with her. She was at Seniors Plus. Can we take some sound from Mary Ellen?
Yeah, everybody's here is fine. We're cold. We're worried. There's one very elderly woman who is doing the best she can. We're being told to leave right now. We're going to the Armory in Lewiston.
Okay. Are they telling you why? It's just to find a safer place?
Okay. I have to listen to the police.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Mary Ellen. Be safe.
They're evacuating that facility right there as we speak right now.
Wow, that is some really tough sound to listen to. Obviously an intense moment, not only for those folks who were at that Senior Plus facility. Mary Ellen telling us that they were in there for a knitting group that was coming together. Not just folks that lived there, people from the community coming in just to spend the night together, forced to shelter in place. And then police are currently reporting
that senior facility, Daisy.
The door was left open. So then they were concerned that there could be a danger, and they had to sweep the building, requiring them to move them out. And that's when she was on the phone with us there, and police trying to handle that situation. And of course, they're trying to handle situations like that in multiple parts of the city tonight. We are expecting an update from state police at Lewiston City Hall shortly. But I also want to share, we are just learning on Twitter that Boston ATF agents are responding to Lewiston. So this is having far-reaching effects, not only for the city of Lewiston, but for agencies all across the state, the local sheriff's office, as well as state police. And now Boston ATF is also on the way to the scene.
Multiple agencies responding. Again, this is from surveillance video from Spare Time in Lewiston. This is who police are looking for right now. If you recognize this person or this vehicle here, which has a black bumper, it looks like a white or a silver crossover vehicle with a black bumper. Police are looking for that person and for this vehicle. If you know anything, you can call Lewiston Police. You can also reach out to Androscoggin County Sheriffs. They say they are responding on Facebook. They're also responding you can email dispatch@androscoggincountymaine.gov. Again, dispatch@androscoggincountymaine.gov. And as Zach mentioned, this is something that has affected a lot of people in that area. We know multiple bars, restaurants actually closed down. Some of them locked their doors, locked everyone in until they could figure out what exactly was going on. And this remains an active situation.
Yeah, so at this point, there still could be those people that are locked in places. But of course, we haven't received an update from police just yet to say specifically what's going on there. And I want to ask our control room to perhaps pull up that close-up shot we have of the shooter, because I think it's really important that we look at who he is tonight. Police are still searching for this man, clearly caught on surveillance camera here in a parking lot. You can see a closer shot of his face here compared to that photo we were sharing earlier. He appears to have a large gun in his hands. If you know him, please give police a call.
Yeah.
News Center Maine's Alex Haskell is standing by for us at Lewiston City Hall, where, Alex, I hear we're supposed to get more information from state police in just a few moments.
Yeah, hey, Zach, we are waiting for a spokesperson to come over here and share a few more details with us. Last I heard, the spokesperson was at the Lewiston Police Department on their way here, so we should hear from them, see them anytime. I do want to share with you kind of what the scene was like as we approached Lewiston. We got an alert on our phone, and I want to read it to you. Our phones were buzzing, and we got this alert that said, an active shooter is located in Lewiston. Avoid the area and shelter in place immediately. Lewiston officials will follow up as the situation de-escalates. So this is what a lot of folks were seeing. And as we were also approaching Lewiston, I'll never forget it. We were crossing over a bridge into the city, and I just saw a gentleman who was probably out for a walk with his headphones, just sprinting into the city, and the fear on his face, as I imagine he was hearing the news and was going to safety. So that is something that will stick with me. And then after that, there was, of course, multiple police cruisers passing us, ambulances. I believe my photographer also mentioned that he saw a SWAT vehicle. So just many officers in this area, and of course our thoughts are with them during this dangerous time. But we are here in City Hall and just waiting for the.
Have a wonderful night, D. Smith. Thank you for tuning in with us tonight.
Share some more details with us. But that is all we have right now. We are here, we are safe, and just waiting to get some more details. Amanda and Zach, I'll toss things back to you and let you know right away when we hear anything new.
Alex, you mentioned, seeing that man with his headphones, really heart-wrenching. Can't imagine what people in the area are feeling, how scary things are right now, how tense things are right now. Did you also happen to see, a lot of police activity, a lot of ambulance activity?
So we saw a lot of police cruisers, a lot of ambulance pass us, I think about 10 as we were here in Lewiston. We were told to get to City Hall as quick as we can. So that was our main mission, but we had to pull over many times to allow police officers pass us. And it was quiet on the sidewalks, and that was a new experience. So very active with police, but many people are staying indoors and listening to the advice given to them.
Absolutely. Of course, a tough, when we talk about these kinds of things, we talk about them in other parts of the country.
Right.
And we always say that line, it could never happen here. And unfortunately, it looks like it has. That alert going out on cell phones across the greater Lewiston area tonight.
Right.
It's been tough.
And I'm from the area. Brian Yacono's from the area. We have family and friends, a lot of family and friends out in that area. Obviously, our hearts go out to everybody out there. But it's something, again, that affects so many people. Obviously, it affects the entire state of Maine because we haven't seen anything of this magnitude before. But also it affects, they had a bowling league happening at Spare Time Recreation in Lewiston. That was one of the scenes. There are restaurants right there where families with their children are out to dinner. You had kids who were playing hockey at the rink in Auburn who had to stop playing hockey, who had to go home. You have people in restaurants that were just completely locked down in the area. So glad to hear that the streets are clear, that people are taking heed, that they are listening to police and staying where they are.
Meantime, this is all, of course, because this is an active situation. They are looking for this man right there on your screen. If you know who he is, please give police a call. It really doesn't matter how you get a hold of them. You can call them on the phone. You can reach out to them on their Facebook page. I believe we also have a photo of the car police say they are looking for. We are, as you can see, just pulling up this information right on Lewiston Police Department's Facebook page. So if you don't catch it here on air, feel free to pull out your phone and go there. But this is that car they're looking for, a white vehicle. It appears to be a Subaru of some kind of wagon SUV crossover type. Police say the front bumper is spray painted black, as you can kind of see there in that photo. So if you know whose car this is, please, or if you see it, please give Lewiston Police a call at 513-3001, extension 3327. Again, that's 513-3001, extension 3327.
This, of course, is affecting area schools as well, despite the fact that they're clearly not in session tonight. But we heard from Lewiston Public Schools earlier tonight. They said if anyone was out, that they urged them to stay inside. We also just heard from the community college out there, Central Maine Community College, saying due to the active shooting situations reported in Lewiston and that the suspect or suspects currently remain at large, CMCC will be closed Thursday, October 26th. Students living on campus will be provided additional
Yes, Jaylet, this is live.
Our entire community this evening.
And you can see in this video here, people running from the scene, police cars all around. We are working to get some more information for you. State police are expected to give an update at Lewiston City Hall any moment now. And of course, as soon as they speak to the media, we will have that live here on air and online. And as Amanda said, this has far-reaching impacts. So tonight, this isn't just impacting Lewiston. When something like this happens in Maine, it affects the entire state and communities surrounding Lewiston. We're also hearing agents from as far away as Boston. ATF agents are headed to Maine. State police, Androscoggin County, Lewiston police, other local police departments, all train for this. We have covered those stories where they train for every.
Let me double check.
And how to respond to this situation, and they all jumped into action tonight.
One moment. I just want to be sure. They are repeating themselves a lot.
What kind of night this is going to be from now until tomorrow when I wake up to the true facts that my son is dead, and I know he's dead. I know it as well as I know I'm standing here telling you, because he's not here and he's not at any other hospital and he's not running the streets. So he would have called us because he manages Shemingi's. So I know he was there.
And he still doesn't have any answers right now. He said that these next 24 hours will be critical, depending on if he gets information or not. He says that he talks to his son nearly every day. So not hearing his son in these past few hours has been really concerning to him. So he's also in contact with his son's wife and their family as well. Says that they actually just remodeled their home. And says it's going to be a really rough next few days, unpacking a lot of what's happened here. Now, if you look to my left here, you could see that this is the entrance to Central Maine Medical Center. And where those guards are standing right there, that is where the families were earlier today offering up information about their loved ones to the hospital so they can keep tabs and find out more information on if their loved one who was potentially impacted by this mass shooting has been staying here. Again, we still have a suspected shooter on the large here. Maine State Police say that they're asking people to look out for a Richard Card. He is 40 years old. He is considered dangerous, and the Associated Press is reporting that Robert Card actually had the man identified as the person of interest. He's a firearms instructor trained by the military and was recently committed to a mental health facility, according to state police. Now, if we bring the camera back here, really just standing here for the next these past couple hours, you really get maybe the tip of the iceberg of the gravity of what this loss means for community members here. But being here, you really do feel that loss. And there still is an active shooter lockdown happening here in Lewiston, as well as in Lisbon. Maine State Police and Lewiston PD, as well as Lisbon, are asking people to stay in place, lock the doors, do not go inside, don't do any unnecessary travel. But for now, we are here live outside Central Maine Hospital, the hospital closest to those locations of the shooting, where, as we heard, NBC's reporting 15 to 20 people here in Lewiston lost their lives earlier this evening. We'll throw it back to you guys.
Yeah, Jack, I want to stay with you for a little bit. First, thank you for your incredible coverage tonight. This is not easy. I do want you to, especially for folks who were not tuned in earlier, can you really just paint the scene for us about what it was like to see the number of people gathered outside of the hospital earlier? And I know you spoke to some other people as well there.
Yeah, Zach, that's true. Being here in the beginning hours of what's happened, dozens of people, like I said, standing out in front of the Central Maine Medical Center, entering the information of their loved ones. It was also when those dozens of people were standing there and we were reporting live that we
At this time, we're just working on clearing up the call backlog. I've currently got 31, 33, and 34 working on it. Do you have an MDT? The LA call log. We have nothing pending on our end.
St. Mary's practices are going to be closed tomorrow morning, so they'll be reaching out to people with appointments to try to reschedule some of this. But it shows you, just how impacted our hospital systems have become with this.
Absolutely. We mentioned earlier that Maine has so it is definitely having an impact. It's been a couple of hours now, I believe, since we heard from police for the first time about this incident. They weren't able to share a lot of specifics yet, not a lot of numbers, but News Center Maine's Alex Haskell was there at Auburn City Hall, and I believe he joins us now. Thank you, Alex. What more can you tell us there?
Yeah, hey, Zach. So we're here at Auburn Middle School. This is where a reunification center has been set up. And basically, this is where folks can come if they have any questions, if they have any concerns. A major one, if they're looking for a loved one, this is the place to come. And I'll give you the address. It's 38 Falcon Drive. Again, it's the Auburn Middle School. And I've shared this many times. This is a safe place. We've seen many members of law enforcement here. They are shining flashlights in cars and walking folks up to the middle school here, looking for answers. And we were chatting with the mayor of Auburn a little while ago, and he was kind of sharing what's been going on here. Dozens of witnesses of the shooting have been brought here, and these witnesses vary in ages, the youngest being teenagers. And
the reunification center is where families can meet up with their loved ones or learn about their loved ones and what's going on. So they're all that's how they're doing that, guys. That's what that place is for. Welcome, Cricket.
So much help from law enforcement, everyone tonight, but we are not well as we face this tragedy. Certainly not alone. But this is again the place to be if you have any questions, concerns, or looking for some loved ones tonight. We've seen the mayor of Auburn walk people up. Things have slowed down a little bit. Earlier, we saw busloads of people, dozens of people being brought up to the building. But things have certainly slowed down a little bit here. I'm going to toss to some sound from the Maine Public Safety Commissioner, who we heard from earlier back in the Lewiston City Hall.
We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
And as more information comes in, of course, this is a great spot to come. I'm going to share the address one more time, 38 Falcon Drive. That's the Auburn Middle School. Come here if you have questions, concerns. Also want to mention, guys, that there are counselors available. So if you need someone to chat to, come here. Zach and Amanda.
Certainly an emotional place to be, Alex. Thank you for your coverage on this. Like we said, we were talking earlier with Greg Marley with NAMI Maine about just the impact of this, the severity of this, of showing up to this reunification center and not knowing what the answer is going to be. Is it going to be good news or is it going to be horrific news?
Yeah, and a lot of people, like the city councilor we heard from with Jack, are living that nightmare tonight.
Happened here in Maine. She went on to say, people have families, they're young people, they still have a long life ahead of them. It's not okay. Her words.
Yeah, I'm sort of looking through the transcript right now as well. It's really, really heartbreaking to hear it from a child. That it was a mother and daughter that were in the bowling alley. A mom named Megan and her daughter named Zoe, and talking about ducking and running and taking for cover. She was bleeding and she didn't even realize it. She thought it was a scrape. She was scared, and she didn't know what happened, she says, until she started bleeding.
So families, obviously, we're hearing from them, that mother and daughter, but also families at the reunification center in Auburn. They were witnesses as well. They were interviewed by police, and they were taken to this reunification center after they were interviewed by police. Terry Stackhouse, he is there as well and has been seeing a lot of this play out there in real time. And Terry, a lot of those happy reunions happening with the witnesses going back with loved ones, certainly not the case for everybody. What are you seeing and what are you hearing there? I know you also talked to the mayor of Auburn earlier tonight.
Yeah, John, it's such a wide range of emotions. And in describing that happiness that you mentioned when we were discussing the reunification point with Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque, he did say that there was a lot of relief here for so many of these families able to reconnect with their loved ones who witnessed these events. But at the same time, all of these families impacted either directly or indirectly are dealing with some really significant stress and trauma. We did get our
All right, audio issue there with Terry, as there are a lot of moving parts with our live coverage here this morning.
Terry, outside the reunification center, which is, something we kind of learned about this evening, about the function and what it is that they do there. Essentially, witnesses and people who saw what happened were taken to a secure location and they were debriefed and they gave their account of what happened. And then they were taken to this reunification center to be met with their families and by their families to be able to go home and to be able to debrief and also grief counselors. I think that's a really important component of what a reunification center does, to mention that there are grief counselors. And I think Terry mentioned earlier when we spoke to him about 20 minutes ago or so, that that's going to stay there, that is something that people can continually go back to should they need to visit those grief counselors.
And we know another area that is active is in Lisbon. That is where Connor Clement is. We've seen a lot of law enforcement searching from up in the air via chopper, also on the ground, a police presence there this evening. So Connor, bring us up to speed on the latest there. We see those blue lights behind you. We hope you are safe as that search is continuing there.
Yeah, John and Megan, we're safe here in Lisbon Falls. We're at this gas station where we just arrived about 10 minutes ago. There's a large police presence, as you see behind us. It was actually larger just a few moments ago. A large squad of law enforcement cars headed west here on 196. A lot of them speeding out of this parking lot, going very quickly. So we're going to head on down that way in just a moment. But I wanted to provide you guys with a quick update now. Where we were before in Lisbon, where that helicopter was circling for quite some time, that's about 10 minutes up the road from where we are now. The helicopter was just here circling this area for a few minutes or so before it headed down west on 196 there, where those law enforcement officials and vehicles just went. So we're just outside of Lisbon High School, again, at this gas station. This seems to be the area that police have focused their attention, or did for some time. And now it seems like maybe they're focusing their attention in this search effort for Robert Card at another area down 196 here. So we're going to head on down the way, see if we can get another update, see what law enforcement officials are saying or finding, see what we can see, and we'll be back to give you guys that update as soon as we can.
Thank you. Please stay safe. And we're going to go back now to Terry Stackhouse, sorry, Terry, who is at the reunification center. His audio issues, I think, have been cleared up. And Terry, pick up where you left off.
Megan, good morning. Thank you. This has been a very long night and now a long morning for these families. Within the last 60 minutes, 90 minutes or so, we saw it was a bus. It was a city bus that brought witnesses who were at a secure location after these events. They were interviewed by law enforcement and then brought to Auburn Middle School, which is their reunification point. And for their loved ones who came here and picked them up, many of them embracing a lot of relief. But we did have to ask the difficult question of Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque, because when you think about reunification points and the way that these tools have been used in the aftermath of other devastating mass shootings across the country, these are the locations where often family members come to the realization that their loved one didn't make it. Mayor Levesque told us that at least in one instance here, that someone learned that their loved one had died, that they were one of the at least 20 people now confirmed dead from these two shootings. Megan, you mentioned it a couple of minutes ago, but there are grief counselors here. Mayor Levesque said that the middle school here is going to be utilized as a reunification. They're calling it the reunification center now, but that the resources that are available here will remain open for as long as it takes. And with school canceled for tomorrow, at least, this may be a resource that other community members need to tap into. John, Megan.
All right, Terry, thank you. And, going back to some of the conversation that you had with Mayor Levesque there, talking about really how Mainers come together in times of need, he really underscoring and stressing that it's one community. Lewiston Auburn is one community, and there's a long road ahead. But they will try and heal together. And I think that was really.
Hold on, guys. Jessica just sent me something that was quite interesting to me, at least. Hang on a minute. 1 second. This is from a Reddit post, you guys. Sorry, folks. Oh, interesting as hell. 8 months ago, I'm concerned that Maine will have a mass shooting. As someone who works with both kids and adults in Maine's strained mental health system, also as a believer in the Second Amendment who is actually aware of how poorly other gun owners store their firearms, as someone connected to the struggling school systems in Maine, I am seriously concerned. I need my glasses, sorry. That all of these things are going to overlap in the worst possible way sometime in the near future. I'm honestly surprised we haven't had a mass shooting yet, either in a school or elsewhere. I know a teenager who has told me her parent keeps his AR under his bed completely unsecured so that he can access it quickly. There are countless examples of this. Simultaneously, there are countless examples of students struggling with anxiety, antisocial behavior, depression, and otherwise. There are countless examples of the exact kind of neglect from parents, overworked teachers, and clinical supports that would allow increasingly dangerous resentment in a child or adult with easy access to other people's guns or their own. I get the sense that this is an increasingly dangerous situation. Edit. Not sure why I'm getting downvoted. I do want to make it clear. I don't want people to panic or think I'm fear-mongering, but what I do want people to do is to think hard about how we all can come together to prevent this from happening. What I'm saying is I'm certain that without any change in our course, this will happen. But it's absolutely within our power to prevent this. It requires us all to recognize what the problems are. After every mass shooting, I get sad and angry. I'm sad of the senseless waste of often young life. But I get pissed at the people saying, how could this happen? This was such a surprise. The shooter would have never done something like that. He was a good kid. Absolutely not. It's not a surprise. And if it was you, had your head in the sand or were checked out of this kid's life. Maine already returned a burgeoning shooter to Vermont after treatment here. If we don't change some things about how we conduct our lives, about what it means and what it looks like to be a citizen of Maine, it's only a matter of time. The responses to this were Maine has already had a few near misses. The worst mass shooting in Canadian history. The shooter spent significant time in Maine and got significant chunk of his weapons in Maine. He could have easily snapped on this side of the border and killed over 20 Mainers. Also, damn, I did not know that and I just looked up the story, an actual example of a gun show, loophole in action. Sorry, guys, why am I not showing you this? My apologies. Actually, you mentioned in a specific example of somebody keeping a gun under their bed unsecured. What do you see as the best way to address that? As a person with direct knowledge of it, it is on you to address it. Maybe you should tell the guy to lock his gun up so society is safety. Or are you suggesting that there would be some sort of law enforcement action, like a hotline that he should be reported to? I'm confused. It's only a matter of time. It will happen. Unfortunately, you are correct. It's a mental health problem. We need more support. Another mass shooting or another poorly parented kid shoots teachers because parents are too lazy to practice basic gun safety. Now, this is a grown man. He's 40 years old. That is quite interesting, to say the very least. Thank you, Jessica. So this was predicted 8 months ago, folks. Predicted 8 months ago. That's insane to me. I'm sorry. Now, it makes me wonder, is this person the person? Does this person know the person? Posted by Star Warder. 8 months ago. Wow. Wow. Thank you, Jessica. That is creepy as hell. I'm sorry, but it very much is creepy as hell. What are the odds? Okay, next thing you know, we're going to be seeing it on the damn Simpsons. That is insane. Oh, I'm not watching that guy again. Hold on a minute. I want a live show. Hold on a minute. 1 second. Okay. Sorry, folks. That was very, very eye-opening, Jessica, and very creepy. Jesus. No, we're watching this weirdo again.
That there are certain types of laws that don't necessarily restrict people's freedoms, but also can be helpful in preventing these types of attacks. And so the first, reaction, I think, is frustration, really. Frustration that we've been talking about this. We've been trying to put out information about what we know so far. And we know more and more every day about why these attacks happen, how these attacks happen, and what type of policies.
I think I just realized, Jessica, that you're either a firefighter, EMT, medic, or both, or either one, based on your picture, if that's you. And that is awesome if you are. Hell yeah. If that's you, then that's what you are right there. That's awesome. And thank you for your service, my dear, if that's what you do. New York City. God bless you, Captain. All I can say. Damn. EMS? Okay. That's shit. You're busier than I ever was. That's for sure. Thank you for what you do. All I can say. I put my 17 years in and got out. I miss it, but I don't miss it at the same time. It's busy, busy, busy.
At multiple locations, at least 2.
And you're in New York.
Just before 7 p.m. This is all information coming from Department
I cannot imagine. God bless you, my dear. Now retired,
briefly
Bronx, baby
before
state,
midnight.
26. Good for you.
We do not know where this began.
Good for you.
We do know that the 2 locations, according to law enforcement,
be safe out there, my dear. Please.
Time recreation.
Stay safe.
And
Protect
about
the body.
4 miles away, a little over 4 miles away, is that other location,
Like
Schmeggy's Bar and Grill.
Don't end up like me.
Now, police have encouraged people in both Lewiston and Lisbon to shelter in place right now. They're asking them to stay inside, lock their doors, because they say that right now on
Daisy,
the run
hold on.
is 40-year-old Robert Card. They say he is armed and dangerous. They are saying that people should not approach him.
Vehicles
They
took
say
off
he's just
all
a
at
person of
once.
interest. They
It's
did
the
not
most
go as
movement
far
we've
as
seen
to say that
tonight
he
at
was a
one time.
suspect. And Commissioner Sawchuk made that clear. We didn't get the chance to ask more questions about why that distinction was important. But again, they are not calling him a suspect, just simply a person of interest. Now, again, we know that Lewiston police have confirmed those 2 locations,
Thank you,
the
Daisy.
bowling alley and the bar.
Okay.
Lisbon police near
Go with this one instead.
search in the town of Lisbon for what they said was a suspect believed to have been involved in multiple shootings in Lewiston. Now, here.
22. Do a quick accounting, figure out which units are clear and which have gone home.
Hold on, guys. Sorry. Thank you, Daisy.
We just do a quick accounting and figure out which units are clear and which have gone home. Ted's on his way home. 29 County Sheriff Traffic.
How are they sending people home on this when they don't have this person in custody? That's surprising.
And 29 going forward shortly.
That is very surprising to me.
17 traffic. County.
51.
On the call that Lucia was dispatched to, I believe it was on Old Green Road in Turgeon. However, the actual burglary attempt was at Borks on Sabata Street. When you're not 10-6, can you try to find a number for one of his doors that's been smashed?
A burglary attempt?
Temple.
I don't know if that was nearby, though. Say Old Green Road? Yeah, I don't see one near there. I mean, there's a world in which the guy would try to break into somewhere. I don't know if he would. Yeah, the chopper has already landed once and taken off once. I'm assuming it already refueled when it landed. So this is like its second.
I can't believe that this guy has eluded them this well. I mean, I know he's got military background, but oh, it definitely does, Jessica. I'm just surprised with as many
chopper is at 1,000 feet. The chopper is searching along the river, I believe, guys. The chopper said it was searching along the river.
With as many law enforcement agencies that are involved, you would think Yeah, even with boats. Maine is economically depressed compared to other states. Median household income, Lewiston, 36,000. Poverty, yes, ma'am. I can agree with that. The guy.
Oh, was this a different chopper? Was this a different chopper than the previous one? I can't remember anymore. I just don't remember. Anyways, this one hasn't been up the whole time. Some people are talking about Old Green Road. Oh, there's an old. I mean, that might have to do with nothing. Old Green Road is up here. Yeah, so I don't know if it has anything to do with anything. It might have been somebody else.
Yeah, I heard earlier he has a police scanner.
14 County Code 4.
And if he has any kind of night vision optic, I mean, we can end up here in a Cavalcante situation again. Danilo Cavalcante. Remember that situation? We can end up doing this again. This guy is spookier. I guess a little bit, yeah. He's a little different, but at least they're live with it. Yeah, I can see this turning into... Definitely see this turning into a Danilo Cavalcante situation again. Yeah, Brian. And, you know, if he has...
County 30 status. 33 on 10-8.
They saw his vehicle at a boat ramp at some point.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm leaving this thing on. I'm going to have to take like a 5-minute break and eat something because I haven't eaten. So I'm going to leave the scanner on and I'll be listening to it. I'm just going to come out.
Units that advised they were cleared here. Can we clear them off the call, please?
I'm going to put back in 5 minutes on the screen because I need about 5 minutes.
14 County, copy. I'm code 4.
Just leave the scanner out, buddy. No, I don't think so, Daisy. I think
County is still mobile in the Lewiston area. Step it, thank you.
I think this guy with his military background very possibly has devices to survive. He's obviously got survival instincts and training. And again, this guy can
give me 5 minutes. I'm coming back. But I just have to eat something real quick. I'm going to leave the scanner on. I'm going to listen to the scanner while I'm off. If anything big happens, I'll run back in here. But again, I'm not going very far. So hang tight. I'll leave the scanners on. I'm listening to it. I'm coming back in 5 minutes. Thanks to all of our mods who are here. I appreciate it, mods very much. I'll be back in 5.
Absolutely, Beth. He could be anywhere. If he, and here's the thing, is if he did get on a boat, he's already in Canada, and very possibly could be in Canada already. I'm just saying. He just would have to deal with border patrol and stuff like that, but military training, he could take a boat halfway over and swim the rest of the way across. And I mean, I'm just saying, guys, 3/4 of the way over. We don't know how in depth his military training is. Just saying. I was praying to God they were like right on top of him and could grab a hold of him very quickly, very easily, but it's not seeming that way.
Temporary.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Jaylit. I don't think he'd be dumb enough to do something like that in Canada, though.
10.5.
Yeah, he probably had this completely pre-planned. Everything he needed set up and ready to go. Knew what he was going to do. Just saying, guys, this is 100% premeditated as far as I'm concerned, because they're not able to. They should have been on top of this. But again, we all know how good military training is, and we know.
51. Jimmy, lost contact coming from the board.
That's right, Daisy. That's what I'm saying, Evie. I'd be scared to death, but I don't think he'd be dumb enough to go to Canada and do something like that. If he did that, he may have made it seem like he did that by parking his vehicle at the boat ramp to make it seem like he took a boat and headed across. But they had choppers and they had drones up in the air like the whole time. So no idea, Stevie. Hopefully nowhere near you, buddy. No, it's really, really not, Tomboy. I'm sure he is, Brian. But again, don't forget, military training. They train. You can survive on nothing for months, and people are trained to do that. Yeah, I saw that, Mr. Girl.
Back 3. Can you send me a call for transfer by telephone? It's going to be at 54 Water Street. Temple. And I'll be going out now.
It's hard to tell, Brian. That's a thing, though. Nothing half-assed. We don't know if he changed his clothes or what he did. This is so sad. God. Oh my God, it's 2 a.m. I hate to do this to you guys, but I think I'm going to have to get off here. I have to get up at 5 a.m. to get my son ready for school. I was hoping that we would have had this guy in custody. And we have a long day tomorrow. So I think I'm going to have to bring this to a close, folks. Obviously, you can try to follow this. Wait a minute. They're toning out a fire department. or life flight.
Life Flight 2, you're being requested for standby only, Central Maine, for modified scene. Again, Life Flight 2 being requested for standby only, modified scene call out of Lewiston, Central Maine.
Okay. That was them toning out the chopper for life flight to transport. They have them on standby just in case. Just in case. So. Again, guys, I wish I could go longer with you guys. I really do, but I have to go to sleep. Thank you all for joining me tonight for this. I'm sorry
I'm sorry, I'm still eating. They just requested a life flight. Does that mean that they might have caught him? They requested a life flight for Lewiston, but they said standby. On standby. Guys, give me a sec. Life fly on standby. So I don't know if there's some. Maybe it's another victim. Maybe it's a victim who needs medical care from earlier today. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, on standby, one of the viewers says maybe they have him like.
They may have him cornered and be ready to be taking him out, thinking that they're going to need to have him life flighted, or there's more action happening somewhere else. And unfortunately, if it's happening again.
And we'll talk about it. I'll replay it in like 2 minutes, okay? I'll be right back.
So it could be either one of those things. If they have him cornered, like I said, they could be anticipating what's going to happen, which is why they have it on standby. Yeah. And, or like I said, there could have been something else that went down.
You're the closest I have in the area. I have a white Ford F-150 with veteran plate 915 Father Status. He's been following us since County 10. Doubling back the road. Done.
Hold up. Hold
You're
on.
the closest I have in the area. I don't know if you could hang.
We got a white Ford F-150 with veteran plates that they've been. Yeah, that's standard, Jessica. We used to have that all the time too. We used to have those set up. We would run like disaster drills, plane crashes, and storms, mass shootings, drills like that, and they would run the EMS tactical teams along with that. It was very, very interesting training. It really was. I was involved in a lot of that stuff. Thank you, Cricket. Well, now I want to wait a minute. Oh yeah, we used to use the EMS tactical teams for, like I said, disaster services, plane crashes, tornadoes, mass shooting train. I mean, and they would run it. We would run trainings and drills for those types of things. Um, like once a month, we would have drills for that. Honestly, we never did the subway stuff, but we don't have subways. So, but we did. We have 2 airports that we had to um, have drills for. Um, when 9/11 hit, we definitely got involved.
Going to be listed to a Jordan Lewiston, born in '88 out of Augusta. -29. We have a traffic stop from Pinkham Road back in 2019. Just observing the operation at this point.
In New York City, I can imagine. Yeah, we did meth lab training. Like I said, airports. We did a lot of water shuttle training with that because we have a lot of rural areas that don't have hydrants, so we had to run water shuttle and stuff like that too. We did a lot of training like that after 9/11, though. It was bad because nobody expected stuff like 9/11 to happen, you know? So we had to put something in place as far as a SOP for that. Um, and it was something brand new. Oh, okay. Well, guys, I don't hear anything else happening, so I am gonna have to break away. I love you guys dearly. I'm sorry that I got to do this, but I have to go to sleep. Um, I'm hoping that they get their hands on this guy tonight. I hope we don't have to carry this over tomorrow, throughout all day tomorrow. Either way, I will be live around noon tomorrow. Thank you, Brian. I will be live around noon tomorrow, starting for the hearings tomorrow. Again, like I said, we will be here um, all day pretty much tomorrow. Starting around noon till whenever. Also, AR Hayes will be joining us live from Idaho tomorrow during the hearings right here on the panel. We will be live with him and live in Idaho.
My colleague's in the red Jeep. He might pull over and let you speak with.
That's interesting. So guys, if you can, please tune in tomorrow with us for that, because we know we got 2 hearings tomorrow. Again, guys, thank you for joining us tonight. Absolutely, Jessica. Thank you for your help with this. It was very important. I appreciate you so very much. And again, thank you for what you do out there every day. You are appreciated, my dear. Please be safe and protect yourself. Love you guys to death. Don't change a thing about yourself, folks. You guys are the beautiful people. You are why I do this every day and why I will continue to do this every day. I hope everybody has a wonderful rest of your night. Draw, thank you for joining me. Brian, thank you for joining me. Everybody else, thank you for joining me tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow, right around noon. Like I said, Guy, much love to you all. Chiamo, and have a great night, folks. See you on the other side. Bye-bye.